Hello, people. Welcome back to the OCM Botcast. I am your host, Chad Marco, and today's episode is called Tricks Are Us. So, if you guys have seen the episode of the Night Walk vlog where I talked about why I wouldn't pay for sex, then you're going to be familiar with the topic that we're going to talk about today. So today's topic is essentially about talking about the act of tricking, or in other words, men paying for sex from women, whether we're talking about OnlyFans, buying prostitutes, escorting, giving them super chats, whatever, right? Or even boyfriend tricking, as as I've said before. So that's the topic of the day of the day today. Now, even though I talked about it on the Night Walk vlog, doing it on the podcast gives me an opportunity to go a bit more in depth into the world of tricking, its pros and cons, and yet again, why I wouldn't do it, but also my thoughts on guys who do choose to do so. And because, I pay attention to the red pill space on YouTube and the internet, or the manosphere. And this is one of those topics that I noticed there's like this divide. There are a couple topics within the red pill space where, different people will take a different side on it, because everything within the manosphere or within the red pill space is not in sync with each other, right? Like, everybody doesn't agree on everything, right? Generally speaking, something like marriage, most men within the red pill space will agree that marriage does not benefit men, avoid it at all costs. But then you have certain subjects like choosing signals versus code approach, right? That's one where you might have some issue or friction between different content creators who might believe in one over the other, or promote both. And I've noticed with the whole tricking thing, I'm seeing a very similar trend where it seems like within the red pill space, there's this divide on this particular topic. You have some guys who are for it and others who are against it. And so that's why I thought it'd be interesting to really talk. My bad, I kicked the table. That's why I thought it would be interesting to go in depth with this topic today. But before we get into that, of course, we're gonna have news, OC, etc., etc., etc. So first off, we got to do our Buddha quote of the day. Let me grab my Buddha book. My Buddha book. All right, which one did we do yesterday? I said yesterday. Oh, okay. So the first Buddha quote is, "Watchful amongst the unwatchful, awake amongst those that sleep. The wise man, like a swift horse, runs his race, outrunning those who are slow." Watchful amongst the... See, I'm reading this for the first time, so I got to process it and try to understand it. Watchful amongst the unwatchful, awake amongst those that sleep. The wise man, like a swift horse, runs his race, outrunning those who are slow. My interpretation of this particular quote is saying that you should make use of your time wisely. Right? I mean, it's so simple, but I mean, that's basically what it's saying, right? Just to kind of give you an example, let's say you have a fighter, right? Let's say you have a boxer and he has a fight coming up, and there's 6 weeks to prepare for the fight. Both fighters have 6 weeks to prepare. Now, both fighters are training for the fight, but one fighter, he's getting one extra hour in at the gym every day. He's watching 30 more minutes of film. he's investing just a little bit more time into preparation for the fight. While the other guy, again, he's training hard, but he went to a birthday party. He went to the club one night. One day he decided to sleep in instead of going to the gym. Then the fight night comes up and boom, he gets knocked out or he loses the fight, right? That's a good, but it's the way they kind of lay it out, it makes it sound more complex than it is. But it's basically saying, if you make the correct usage of your time, or if you use your time wisely and make the most of it, you can get, or you can put yourself well ahead of those around you. Again, when you're watchful amongst the unwatchful, awake amongst those that sleep. When you're working while they're resting, you're watching while they have their eyes closed. You're focused while they're partying. It'll put you leaps and bounds above those around you. So the next quote says, "What we are today comes from our thoughts of yesterday, and present thoughts build our life of tomorrow. Our life is the creation of our mind." Now that's a powerful one. And I think that's one that I have to really meditate on, because I think that one of my issues is that I'm kind of neglectful of monitoring and moderating my thoughts. I tend to just let my mind wander a lot. Oh, excuse me, either overthinking things or thinking about things that aren't really of importance. And sometimes I just feel like my mind is kind of sloppy, Sometimes I feel sharper than usual, but it depends on, again, my daily habits and whatnot. And I think that because I've always tended to struggle with self-discipline and being consistent, not only does that affect my daily routine, it also affects my mind as well. But you hear things like it's all in the mind, or mind over matter, and the importance of things like confidence, which is very much a mental mind trait. But I really like that one though, because that's something that I definitely have to keep in mind and cultivate. Is it all starts in the mind, being mindful of what you're thinking and how you view certain perspectives. And it's not just about what you're doing with your physical body. It's about the thoughts that you have, because that might influence you to do certain things, whether good or bad. And this year, I really want to show out. This year, I really want to be on my best behavior. I really want to establish much better habits than I've been able to up until this point. And it's going to require me to really put my mind to it. So I really dig this quote right here. I hope you guys got some wisdom out of that Buddha quote of the day. Make sure you hit the like button before we get started. If you're already subscribed, then go spread the word like this is a religion. Tell everybody about the awesome, amazing Chad Marco. Tell everybody that you know and everybody that you don't know. Come check out this channel, because it is one of the greatest. So now we're going to get into the news. So the first bit of news, and this is kind of a precursor to the next episode of the Botcast, and this bit of news is about the Bitcoin crash, or quote unquote crash. Some people are saying it's a crash. Some people are saying it's not that serious, but whatever, right? So yeah, if you don't know, Bitcoin is, or cryptocurrency, is like this pseudo currency that was from, again, I don't know a lot about Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. That's why I'm doing the whole episode on it next week, so I can get a better understanding of what it is and if I should invest in it. But based on what I'm hearing now from what just happened with this Bitcoin crash, this might be the best time to invest into it if you haven't already. So let's dive into this. I got this article from Next Advisor. And the article says Bitcoin continues to stall below $40,000. Here's how investors should react to the volatility. Oh crap, hold up. Okay, so the article says Bitcoin's price remained below 40,000 Thursday morning, dropping down to the $36,000 range after hovering between 38,000 and 39,000 earlier this week. Bitcoin hasn't been over 40,000 since January 20th, and it's dropped below 34,000 last week, was the lowest Bitcoin's price has been since July 2021. The stalling price follows an announcement last week by Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell that the Fed will begin rising rates at its next meeting in March to counteract continued rising inflation. More broadly, January's big drop-off for Bitcoin, Ethereum saw a similar big drop, came amid a rough stretch for stock market and after the release of the Federal Reserve's long-awaited report on a possible government-issued digital currency. The big sell-off is at least partly due to investors taking a fresh look at their portfolios, says Grant Maddox, a South Carolina-based certified financial planner. Many investors are removing risk from their portfolios at the moment. It could be the sign of a new market cycle, Maddox told us recently. So you see right here, Bitcoin's price remained below 40,000. Dropping down to 36,000. But don't let those big numbers scare you away. The good thing about this whole cryptocurrency that I've noticed is that there's different types of cryptocurrencies that you can invest in. Bitcoin is just the big one. Bitcoin is the OG. Bitcoin is again worth 30 at this point $34,000 to $36,000 a coin. Right? So don't be intimidated by that. Bitcoin is just the big major one that if you invested in it during its infancy significantly, then you're a fucking millionaire. Right? That's the Bitcoin is pretty much like the example of the possibilities that you can achieve by investing in Bitcoin as far as like how much value is managed to develop over the years. But there are, from what I understand, there are many different other forms of cryptocurrency that you can invest in, and they are much more affordable. I'm not sure what the cheapest ones are, but I would imagine you could probably invest with like a couple $100 or so with some of the lesser known, less popular ones. And again, I don't have a lot of understanding of how crypto works. That's why I'm gonna do a whole episode on it on the next Botcast, so I could get a better understanding of how this shit works, because I'm thinking about investing in it myself. But this whole crash thing definitely caught my attention, because some people are looking at this crash as like, oh, I told you so, you know, it's unstable and all this. But this might actually be the best time to invest in cryptocurrency, because as Bitcoin's price has dropped down, naturally the prices of other types of cryptocurrencies has gone down as well. So this might be the best time to invest. So let's read on. Bitcoin's price has been between 36,000 and 40,000 so far this week. Here's how Bitcoin's current price compares to its daily high point over the past few months. 1 week ago, January 27th, $37,391. 1 month ago, $47,511. 3 months ago, $63,485. So just 3 months ago, a single Bitcoin was worth $63,485. So if you were clinging on to your precious little Bitcoins and you're watching this happen, this unfold, the price going down and down. Like, just for example, if you had a couple of them, you could have cashed out at $63,000 a Bitcoin. But if you waited, now it's down to $37,000 a Bitcoin. So your profit would, in essence, be cut in half. So that's why you got to be careful. And that's part of what's accelerating this crash, is that as the price is going down, just like they said before, people are kind of eliminating risk in their portfolios. They're just like, get rid of it. Fuck it. Cash out. You know, and as everyone's cashing out, the prices are going down. But as you'll soon see, that this isn't like some this isn't like some bad omen of like the end of Bitcoin or something. So the article continues, the slumping prices continue to be influenced by surging inflation, a disappointing December jobs report, and continued signs from the Fed that the central bank would begin winding down pandemic measures to support the economy this year. After nearly hitting $52,000 on December 27th, Bitcoin has ranged between $33,000 and $50,000 in the days since. Despite the recent slump, Bitcoin started 2022 on a relative high note, with a strong November and early December that gave way to the recent downward trend. After starting 2021 in the 30,000 range, Bitcoin increased throughout the year and hit its current all-time high when it went over 38,000 on November 10th. So that would have been the best time to cash out, at least as far as like this small window of time right here. But for all we know, it could jump up to 100,000 by the end of the year. The volatility and stalling price continues apace with new economic uncertainty over the Omicron, I thought it was Omicron COVID-19 variant, new statements from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell on the health of the economy, and ongoing comments from the U.S. officials like Secretary Chairman Gary Gensler on cryptocurrency regulation. And so right there you have another issue. So now the government is starting to get involved because this whole cryptocurrency thing has been pretty much, for the most part, unregulated. It's something that just sort of developed on the internet. And a lot of people didn't take it seriously, but more and more you're seeing that it's becoming a part of our culture, it's becoming a part of our society. I know I was watching the UFC fight tonight between Israel Adesanya and Whitaker, and I'm looking at the octagon and I'm seeing like cryptocurrency.com ads on the octagon. Like that's where we are now, right? I saw a cryptocurrency ad on YouTube that was that had Meg Thee Stallion in it promoting cryptocurrency. So now it's pretty much done and done that, you know, this whole crypto thing is completely mainstream at this point. And if you even got a slither of a thought of investing in it, this is probably the best time because, you know, as it becomes more and more normal and mainstream and more people get into it, you know, it's probably going to be harder to get the kind of return that you would really want. But again, my whole point here though, you see the government talking about cryptocurrency regulation, right? And it kind of reminds me of what you're seeing with the what they're doing with apps like what's it called? Cash App, right? How now they're starting to tax people's cash apps because for the longest time that was a way to kind of move money around tax free. And now the government has now that Cash App has gotten big enough, the government is starting to put its greedy little paws into it. And that's why it's inevitable that you see them doing the same thing with cryptocurrency. Now that it's becoming more mainstream and normalized and people are able to make a lot of money from it, inevitably the government is going to get involved and start taxing shit, regulating shit. That's just how it goes. So again, this is probably the best time to jump on. Despite falling back significantly from its latest all-time high price, many experts still expect Bitcoin's price to rise above 100,000 at some point, describing it as a matter of when, not if. I'll say that again. Many experts still expect Bitcoin's price to rise above $100,000 at some point, describing it as a matter of when, not if. And you know what? I completely agree. I know we see this whole crash thing going on, but it's still, there's this acceleration behind it all. As far as it becoming more and more mainstream and more people getting involved, I think that this year we're going to see a big surge in people investing in Bitcoin. And I think with all these new investors, it's going to drive the values of a lot of these different cryptocurrencies up. But what'll happen after that, who knows? Shortly after Bitcoin's latest all-time high, Ethereum marked its own new all-time high when its price went over $4,850. Ethereum too has seen similar volatility following the latest high. So here's a graph. Oh God, man, this will make some people cry. Here's a graph of the growth of Bitcoin since 2014 to 2021. Now, as you can see, 2014, 2015, 16, 17 is still pretty low, right? And very affordable. But by the end of 2017, it hit a high of being worth $20,000 a coin. So I guess that's the point where you could say it really got serious, right? And you know what? I think I remembered this because there was I think I remember this shit because there was this point where people were talking about it, and like because the value just hit stupid levels, and then it went down again, and then I stopped hearing about it as much, right? And so since then, it's just been kind of hovering around this middle area between $0 and $20,000, kind of going up and down slightly. But at around 2020, you see a sudden upsurge in the value of Bitcoin, and it shoots all the way up to 60,000. There's a crash down to around 35,000, goes back up to 45,000, dips down a bit to 40,000, shoots up over 60,000, and now we're experiencing this post 2021 crash. But man, it's amazing when you look at it laid out for you like this, because it's like, like everyone just has to think, if only I took it seriously, because I was there. That's the crazy thing about it, because 4chan was one of the main places where people actually talked about. I just noticed I got fucking Way of the Samurai in my tabs up there. But 4chan was one of the main first places people were really talking about it. Like, I've been heard about this shit, but I never took it seriously. Like, I always thought it was some dark web voodoo shit. And it's so crazy now. Like, I see these ads with Meg Thee Stallion promoting it, and it's like, it's come so far, but I was there. I was on 4chan when people were talking about this shit, and it was worth like a few $1,000s or something. But still, like, not like I could have afforded it. Because I think even by the time I heard of it, it was still like $1,000 a coin or something like that. But still, man, it's amazing how far it's come. Bitcoin first hit a high of more than 60,000 in April, and the price movement since then highlight the cryptocurrency's volatility in a time when more and more people are interested in getting in on the action. In the weeks between a July low point that took it below 30,000 and its most recent high point in November, Bitcoin has been up and down. The future of cryptocurrency is sure to include plenty more volatility, so this is all par for the course. We've talked to investing experts and financial advisors who advise against sinking much of your portfolio into the asset class for this very reason. They work with clients to make sure volatile crypto investments aren't getting in the way of other financial priorities like saving an emergency fund and paying off high interest debt. You have a high chance of losing it all, but a small chance of winning it big, says Nate Nieri, a CFP with Modern Money Management in San Diego, California. Don't gamble an amount that would burden your family or prevent you from achieving your goals. If you lost it all, he says. All right, so that's it with that article. But yeah, just like the guy says, I think that he gave a very wise comment on this whole situation. Don't invest more than you're willing to lose. I'm planning on, dipping my feet into it with one of the lower tier shit tier coins that might cost like a few, like maybe I don't know. I'm thinking about investing like a few $100s or so in it, because I got me a little part-time job. I don't make a lot, but I could throw $200-$300 into it. If there are any coins that are that affordable at this point. But I do plan on investing myself. And that's why the next episode of the Botcast is going to be me pretty much diving into the world of cryptocurrency so that I know where to start, and maybe I can inspire some of you to do the same. But that'll be the next episode. So the next piece of news we have is, and I'm not going to talk about it too much because that's going to be the thread of the day, but is about Joe Rogan getting canceled. Well, it's a combination of things, right? But really, Joe Rogan getting canceled for saying nigger and making some offensive, seemingly racist jokes on his podcast. Now, of course, and I'm gonna break this down more, right? This is obviously a hit piece done against Joe Rogan, because amidst this whole anti-vax COVID-19 conspiracy agenda shit that's been going on, it's pretty clear that Joe Rogan has kind of taken, I'm not going to say he's taken the side of the anti-vaxxers, right? Because he's always kind of been, look, I'll put it like this. He's too close to the side of the anti-vaxxers. I'll put it like that. That's the best way to put it. I wouldn't say he's an anti-vaxxer, even though that's a stupid name in and of itself, right? Meant to make people like me seem crazy. But the simple fact that Joe Rogan allowed Dr. Robert Malone to be on his very popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience. If you don't know Dr. Robert Malone, he's one of the scientists. Now it's been a while since I kind of looked into this shit, but I believe Dr. Robert Malone is one of these scientists who worked on the mRNA pseudo vaccines, and he's been very outspoken against vaccine mandates, and he's talked about various like COVID-19 conspiracies and you know, big pharma and all this kind of shit. So essentially, he'll be considered a bad guy, a very bad man to the status quo of this whole COVID-19 hysteria and all of the different ways in which, you know, different governments have been using it to try to control and I don't want to say oppress, but goddamn, look at Australia. Like, just all the myriad of ways these governments across the world have used this COVID-19 situation to do, I'll say, questionable things to its people. And I think just the simple act of having him on is almost like a declaration of war, right? Because, you know, everybody can have their own opinion about this. You guys know where I stand, obviously. But one thing you notice about platforms like CNN, you know, these mainstream platforms, news media outlets, they won't even have a conversation with people like Dr. Robert Malone. They don't want these guys to have a platform. They don't want people to hear them, because guess what? If what they say makes sense, and then you don't have a reasonable argument to shoot down what they're trying to say, then it's going to have people thinking, well, hold up. And so what Joe Rogan did that was very dangerous was to even put this guy on his show in the first place, right? Because it's not about, oh, they're wrong, let's disprove them. It's about, oh, if anyone even hears this, it's going to discredit us. And so that's why what he did was pretty much a no-no. And it's no surprise that right after or soon after having Dr. Robert Malone on, and you know, all these little things he's done as far as like expressing his ideas on this whole COVID-19 conspiracy shit, it was only a matter of time before they came after Joe Rogan. And so recently there was like this compilation of him saying nigger and saying these offensive racist shit, and then he apologized about it, and then so that's basically what's going on. And I'm going to talk about that in depth in the TOD of the day, so I'm not going to get into it too much here, even though I already kind of did. But yeah, we'll talk about that in the TOD. So before we get there, of course, we got to do some OC and the main topic. So that's it for the news. Next is going to be some original content from all over the internet. And yours truly. So stay tuned. Okay, so the first piece of original content I have is from a producer named Astral. Now, this guy makes some dope beats. So this beat is called Playboy Cardi X T-Lop 5 X Cochise type beat. Astral. Oh no, his name isn't Astral. My bad. That's the name of the beat. The beat is called Astral, but it's produced by someone named Infamous and Spectric. But it's a dope beat. So check this one out. Okay, so that was Infamous. What's the other guys do? Infamous and Spectric with Astral. Now, I really like this guy's beats, or whoever this collection of producers are. I really like his or their beats. I love the complexity of the different sounds that he uses. I know a lot of times when I make beats, I always make beats with or most of the time, I make beats with the mindset that I'm going to be rapping over it. So I try not to have like too much shit going on with my beats, because I always look at it from the perspective of like, okay, I'm going to rap on this, and I don't want it to be too much stuff going on, because, you know, the vocals got to mix with everything. But beats like those sound like, not saying you couldn't rap to them, like, yeah, you could rap to those, but it seems like they're really just made from like the purest essence of a producer just trying to make a dope, futuristic, complex beat, you know? And I feel like because I do the production and the rapping, I look at it from both perspectives at once. And I think that in a way it kind of, I'm not going to say it, or maybe it is accurate to say that sometimes I kind of limit myself as far as like when I make beats, because I'm always thinking like, okay, I got to rap to this. I don't want to do too much, and you know, that's why it's always nice hearing beats like that. And really, now that I think about it, you know, View from the Cockpit for me was one of those beats where I really had no concern for rapping over it. Right? I just made the beat just for the sake of making a dope beat. And even now when I listen to it, it's hard to write a song to it because it wasn't made with rapping in mind. It was made with I'm making a dope beat. Right? So I'm gonna be as complex and crazy with it as I want to, you know. But that's why I really like this beat right here, because it sounds like a beat that was just made to be dope in of itself. Like as complex and as noisy as the producer wanted it to be, right? Like it would just like it's complete in of itself, almost like it doesn't even need someone to rap over it. Okay, so the next piece of OC is going to be Bryson Williams with Me. Oh, I love this one right here.
Niggas tryna break bread with me. Niggas tryna get ahead with me. Ain't need your hands, so just stay off me. Out the mud with no stain on me. Niggas tryna break bread with me. Niggas tryna get ahead with me. Ain't need your hands, so just stay off me. Out the mud with no stain on me. Tryna put my pride to the side, but I live where I can't move. Ain't lying, it'll stay put. You ain't true, never came through. Turn me devil like I'm too blue. God, it's me and my lonely, or me and my homies. You gave cold shoulders, we don't condone this. Even though we here, but you got some nerve pulling up to my table. I've been in the house lately, yeah. I've been next to my baby. I was out in them cold nights, trying to shake hands and trying to roll the dice and try to crack smiles, but I cracked down and I backed out. Shit. I cracked down and I backed out. Ay, ay. Niggas tryna break bread with me. Niggas tryna get ahead with me. Ay. Ain't need your hands, so just stay off me. Out the mud with no stain on me. Ay. Niggas tryna break bread with me. Niggas tryna get ahead with me. Ain't need your hands, so just stay off me. Out the mud with no stain on me. Listen, I am not trying to break bread with you niggas, bro. You niggas really be wasting my time out here, and it's crazy because time is all I have right now. Don't hit me up for nothing else, I promise. Like, please don't. Y'all niggas got me fucked up. From now on, I'ma be in my crib, bro. It's not worth coming out with y'all, bro. Y'all tryna break bread, but the bread be on me. You be tryna make, man, fuck that. Niggas tryna break bread with me. Niggas tryna get ahead with me. Ain't need your hands, so just stay off me. Out the mud with no stain on me.
That was, what's his name? Bryson Williams with me. I loved. I'm glad I found that shit, bro. I love that song right there, bro. That shit is so groovy. It's different, man. It's like, damn. I've been thinking about like different genres I could dip my feet into, because it's hip hopish, but it's also like dance and just groove type music. I like that shit too, bro. Like, I wouldn't mind making a whole mixtape or album with music like that, bro. That shit is dope as hell, dog. I gotta find this dude and work with him, bro. Damn. Okay, so the next piece of OC is from, what is this? Chief Zion and G Bibby. This is actually someone that's from my area, right?
Gang, we killing niggas with verses. We ain't even putting them in hearses. Y'all niggas, yeah, y'all unheard of. That game, it come with the murder. So nigga, please don't get murdered. When you live in this world, nigga, you live off survival. I'm into all the religions. I'm into all of the Bibles. I told a bandana, but please don't mistake me for a disciple. And ain't it levels to this shit? So I smoke to get higher.
And if you into it with me, it's going down to the fire. I hit the gas and I'm gone. Know that you beat it, ain't no need to call. Nobody the streets, I done gave it my all. I fought with her hard, but it's too quick to fall. It's too many blunts, but we gon' smoke them all. Them niggas gon' smoke, then we gon' smoke them all. Ayy, big bank, take that little bank. You can meet me at the bank. In my hood, I'm having rank. You can get up under me. My team, the number one seed over here in the east. I got ZBB with me, I ain't gon' lie, that nigga a beast. 32 up in that thing, nigga, this a baby please. She said buy her some Louboutin. I said LOL, I'm weak. She said call me tomorrow. I ain't talk to that bitch in the week. In the field, don't need no cleats. I'ma just practice while you preach. All that loyalty I show and you play me, that's a reach. If I pull over today, nigga, I'ma be the new bit meat. You could've kept it real with me, but I see you rather sneak. I'm headed to the top, I'ma pop my shit. I swear you gon' wish you ain't never switch. On God, everybody getting wet, so I'm starting to think these niggas wicked. Hospital kept me overnight, they like, baby, you the sickest. Shout out Future, I'm chasing free bands, nigga, my feet itching. He can take the heat, I told that bitch, nigga, get out the kitchen. Call me Chef RG, cause you can catch me water whipping.
I'm a cold ass nigga feeling like a nigga tryna get me, then I gotta leave you bleed. If there is no purpose, then there is no reason. I be switching up my flow just like the seasons. I'm a child of God, don't turn me to a demon. Cause I gotta survive, I stop you from breathing. Niggas just be saying shit, don't know the meaning. Niggas don't even wanna fight, can't take a beating. Damn, niggas done weekend, but you niggas be tryna shoot, so I'm squeezing. But I ain't run out like that, cause my fam need, man. They like, y'all need to drop this shit, man, we teasing. Ice from Johnny Dang, have a nigga freezing. I'm a cold ass nigga feeling like a need. I'm tryna wake y'all up when I be preaching, but y'all ain't tryna listen cause y'all be sleeping. Don't try to get one up on me. Don't try to get one up on me. Don't try to get one up on me. Don't do it. I know y'all ain't my homies, but I make sure we even. If you try to get one up on me, we gon' get even. Gang, murder the beat, leave no witness. I'm headed down the dark road.
Okay, so that was Chief Zion and G Bibby with Sickest. Now, I like the flow, especially of G Bibby. That man, he definitely got a nice flow. But me listening to it as an engineer, as someone who can produce and edit and shit, the main thing that stands out to me is like, it would be so much better if somebody actually like edited it the right way, right? Because it's so obvious that it was like recorded on like some type of app with like a cheap phone or a phone app or some shit like that. If it was recorded like with a good mic and edited correctly, like it could have actually been something. But without that, you know, it's like the grasp of rapping is there, the concept is there, and the flow is there, but the quality is so the quality is bad to the point where it kind of fucks it up. But if they could get their shit like edited correctly, edited the right way, it could actually be pretty damn dope. So right now we have our own Flim who has taken yet another one of my beats and done his own remix to it. Now, I haven't listened to it yet, so this is going to be a surprise for me as well. But C. Flim has taken the Power Suit. What is it? The Power Suit song. What's that beat called? I don't even remember what the beat is called. But you know Power Suit. He took that and he did a remix to it. So let's check it out.
Hey, listen close. Rule number 1, justice. Rule number 2, power. Rule number 3, energy. Chad Marco, back on the scene, ready for anything. Don't underestimate the strength, the wits, and determination of the champion. Yeah. Back in the ready to fuck up the scene. Chatsui. Get it, I'm out in the whack. Pull up like Power Rangers, now we suited up. Anime pussy to Yoko to shoot it up. Don't want no problem, cause I'm ready to. We run hop in the Megazord like on and shoot it up. I am a robot, smoke purchase the boomy. You'll stay with the packet, the block up like who need a alpha to catch and I can't get it suited up. Let's up the breakers, you doubt it, just look me up. Turn up the bass for the headbangers. I'm a leader, not a follower. Red Ranger, number 1 in the game like a first player. Bring the heat to my base, you in fucking danger. Double whip, copper ship, call it bebop. Cockpit touch screen like a kiosk. One blast on your pants in the knee socks. 13, I was lurking with a slingshot. Feel like a Reva, I'm taking they soul. Don't fuck with soda, I'm breaking that wall. Gotta stay ready, they out of control. Calling me Keelik, I stay with the flow. I keep on winning to upset my foes. Swaying like Wally, I'm ducking they blows. Get that they hit, do that shit in a row. How do I do it? I don't even know. Hey, get my weight up, homie passed away. Got so high, thought I passed away. I wanna go fast today. Big dog feeling like Shaq today. Free man, they ain't gotta ask to play. If you want beef, I can pass the play. Fuck these hoes, they be fast to play. White girl, she ain't gotta ask to shake. Yeah, pull up like Power Rangers, now we suited up. Anime pussy to Yoko to toot it up. Don't want no problem, cause I'm ready to. We run hop in the Megazord like on and shoot it up. I am a robot, smoke purchase the boomy. You'll stay with the packet, the block up like who need a alpha to catch and I can't get it suited up. Let's up the breakers, you doubt it, just
Up here, people see alliance. Show evil the face of defiance. See Flim out toting the appliance. Matt Guffin built with pseudoscience. Okay, here we go. Time to hop in the mech and go ride on the foes. Cryo rounds loaded, them aliens froze. Out of my sight, you got more than 5 toes. Vacuum of space, can't even decompose. My mech built like some granite. Telling you suckers, you chose the wrong planet. You got a cruiser, you better go fan it. Is that a comet? You better go scan it. Your constellation, just know that we span it. If your fleet trapped, then know that we planned it. Armory on fire, then know that we fanned it. You could rebel, but we gon' just brand it. Where your reserves, you know I demand it. Mind all your silver made off like a bandit. That giga laser, just know I command it. Homeworld bid, they couldn't withstand it. Shell to the core, you shouldn't have landed. Mercy for humans, for you we won't grant it. I'll cut your comms and leave you all stranded. When I go home, I fall to the Atlantic.
pull up like Power Rangers, now we suited up. Anime pussy to Yoko to toot it up.
Oh man, you know, off the rip, but I realized, because obviously the audio is off, right? Because now this is just what I think he did. I think what Flim did, he took the beat and the completed song and layered them on top of each other, and that way he could cut out like. Oh god, he took the completed song and the beat and laid them on top of each other. That way he could cut out my second verse and he'll be able to rap over it. But he didn't layer it correctly, so it sounds off. Like you can hear like each instrumental, you can hear, I'm away from the mic too. You can hear each instrumental like twice. Like I can hear the snares like ta 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 instead of just ta ta, right? That's because he layered the instrumental over the original song so that he could cut the original second verse out and just leave the instrumental and then rap over it. So that's your first mistake. If you wanted to do a remix with my hook and verse still up there, you could have just asked for for me to take it out and send it to you. Oh god damn it, Flim. What are we gonna do with you? I can't believe, man. But talk about dedication to do all that. All you had to do was ask for the shit. Just damn. Next time, just say, "Oh, cut this out. Leave this," and I'll send it to you. Oh man, that's easy. I can do that quick. But other than that, okay. So let's focus on what he did, his actual verse. So you know what? I'll say this. This is probably my first like compliment for Flim ever. And maybe this is because he kind of stroked my ego a little bit, but I like what he was rapping about because I saw a bit of myself in there. He was talking about pulling up in the Mac, but I got to be honest, like he has a good look. I'll say this, Flim, as far as trying to imitate like my subject matter on Power Suit. That sort of mix of anime, cartoon, fantasy lyrics with like street hard stuff, you know, that type of balance. I think he did a good job of that. I was paying close attention. I was like, damn, like if Flim didn't sound, if Flim's vocals were edited nicely and he didn't use that terrible voice, we would have something here. But you know, I gotta say, this was the first time where I listened to him, and for a second, I thought, maybe, just maybe, you know, maybe, and I'm being serious. But you got to get rid of that voice, like that, like it. No. You gotta go for something else. That super raspy, hard voice that you're using. Oh man, I don't like it at all. Now maybe I don't get it because you know, every artist express themselves differently, right? But you know, if I'm to be your rap sensei, I would definitely say you got to switch your voice up. Now I felt more intensity there, and I think the only thing that was really, the two things that were really missing was just a lack of proper editing. And your voice, that voice got to go. And I know that might sound harsh because we have our voice. Our voice is our voice, but I can tell like you're kind of, or I hope you're exaggerating. I hope you're exaggerating that voice that you're putting out like that. Because I know even myself, when I rap, I exaggerate my voice quite a bit. Man, with what Final Attack? God damn, dude. I went to a different level with with my voice on some of those parts. But I knew how to keep it controlled and contained to where I didn't sound ridiculous. Flim, you sounded kind of ridiculous. That you have to figure your voice out. You got to find your voice. Because I think as far as like writing or the stuff that you're saying when you rap, I don't have an issue with that. But I think that you got to find your voice. You got to find that voice that works, a voice that people want to listen to, right? And then from there, you got to worry about editing and putting songs together in the correct order, in the correct way. But you got quite a ways to go. But again, I wouldn't be discouraged because I always tell people, go back and listen to my first mixtape, Chill Generation Part 1, and look at where I am today. So the next bit of OC is coming from yours truly. If you guys don't know, I dropped a new song this week called Final Attack. And I'm going to put this in the lineup for anyone who didn't listen to it, because everybody got to listen to this. It's awesome. So here's Chad Marco with Final Attack.
Power limiter is engaged. Please exercise extreme caution.
Turn like a devil check my power level, yeah, you know it's me. Blind to the facts, I'm number one, so I'ma make them see. Making noise up in that mega deuce, I'm shaking up the streets. On the battlefield, and I ain't leaving till I get the V. I'm that Hollywood, ain't selling out. You can't shot with me, I'm turning up. I'm talking super hyper, you can't stop this key. If it's Dragon Ball, when I show up, I'm bringing the Z. People love me, take me out, it's gonna be World War III dash. Marco going super, pull up like an Uber, it's the killer with a slash. Knock him through the window, hit him like I'm sitting on, you should see me when I dash. Going kamikaze, motherfucking body, smoke him like a blunt of hash. Send him to the reaper, when I turn the heat up, I can do it in a flash. No more holding back, when I run up on him, I'ma hit him where it hurt. My final attack, hit the killer move, I'ma put him in the dirt. Power up to max, picking up the speed, know I gotta set the pace. My final attack, drop him with the beam, draw him in, get a race. I'm mad as fuck, don't make me act up. Brandish in my claws, I'm all to make them back up. They so nervous, wishing I paused to call them back up. Blowing all they ass up, watch the body stack up. We don't vibe, we ain't good, we don't click. Never ride when I'm fooling no bitch. Better move when I'm flipping and switch. Feeling good, but I swear that I'm sick. Running up on the trap when I spit. Turning up, but I'm lit like a beat. Judo, when I'm throwing a fit. Too cold, she the poop like a lick. When I'm feeling moody, don't bring that shit to me. I'm cleaning you up, ain't no messing around. Up for the booty, they calling me Luffy. I turn up and get it, no stretching them out. Keeping them running, pull up in that garment. I'm putting that giga drill into your dome. I get it cutting like all of a sudden. I'm cutting, no slicing them down to the bone. Need a battle, yeah, I'm back in my zone. Like a Ronin, do my dirt on my own. The ram, put my head like a stone. Sugar Ray, they can't see me, yo, gone. Shit, no surrender, bitch, I won't quit. Super Saiyans who I roll with. Bullets giga Janet, better lead the planet. If you don't, I know it's gon' hit. Damn, going super, pull up like an Uber. It's the killer with a slash. Knock him through the window, hit him like I'm sitting on. You should see me when I dash. Going kamikaze, motherfucking body, smoke him like a blunt of hash. Send him to the reaper, when I turn the heat up, I can do it in a flash. No more holding back, when I run up on him, I'ma hit him where it hurt. My final attack, hit the killer move, I'ma put him in the dirt. Power up to max, picking up the speed, know I gotta set the pace. My final attack, drop him with the beam, draw him in, get a race.
That was Chad Marco with Final Attack from the upcoming drill music mixtape. And damn, you know, I had that beat for a while. That beat is called Sparking. And I was like, yo, I got to do something with this beat. Like, that's one of my, not old, but it's been kind of sitting around and I haven't used it yet. And I was like, whatever I do with this shit, it's got to be hard. Like, don't come soft, medium. It's got to be hard, bro. And man, I'm glad I was able to deliver with that track. But you know what's funny, man? Sometimes when I'm writing a song, I make adjustments, and I'm glad I made the adjustments with that particular song. Like, bro, let me tell you, the hook for Final Attack was this. All right, you know the second part when I say, my final attack, right? That was intact, right? That was there, but the way that I said the follow up after that was like, okay, let's see if I can remember. My final attack. Marco, bring in the hurt. Kill a move, put him in the dirt. Like, that's how I said it in a totally different way. And I was like, nah, I gotta speed it up. I gotta speed it up a little bit. Hit the killer move, I'm gonna put him in the dirt, right? And dude, those little adjustments made the song just that much better. And you know, the first part, Marco going super, pull up like an Uber, it's the kill him with a slash. Knock him through the window, hit him like I'm sitting on. You should see me when I dash. Like, that wasn't even in there. It was just gonna be the second part twice, right? And I was like, nah, bro, I gotta add some variety to it. I gotta add like another part to it. So I just wrote that fast part real quick. And man, but it just shows the importance of making adjustments when you're writing a song, though. But you guys know I love making those anime type songs with the anime references and that type of like over the top, high energy. But I feel like that one right there was me really hitting the nail on the head in the way that I never did before. I think Power Suit too is kind of similar. It kind of has that same energy, but Final Attack just took it to like another level. Like Power Suit is Super Saiyan 1, Final Attack is Super Saiyan 2, bro. It's like boom, boom, just powered up like two very powerful, hard songs by yours truly. I gotta say, man, I'm definitely proud of that. Make sure you guys spread that around. I'm gonna go around the internet promoting that song this week. Let's get the views up to 1,000 on this one. Okay, so that's the OC of the week. Hope you guys enjoyed that of the week. Like this is a weekly show. That was the OC of the episode. Hope you guys enjoyed that. And next we're gonna get to the main topic where we talk about them tricking ass niggas. So stay tuned.
Out the mud with no stain on me. Niggas tryna break bread with me. Niggas tryna get ahead with me. Ain't me on hands, so just stay off me. Out the mud with no stain on me. Tryna put my pride to the side, but it live where it can't move. Ain't lying, it'll stay put. You ain't true, never came through. Turn me devil like I'm too blue. God, it's me and my lonely, or me and my homies. You gave cold shoulders, we don't condone this. Even though we here, but you got some nerve pulling up to my table. I've been in the house lately, yeah. I've been next to my baby.
Okay, people, so welcome back. We just got done with the awesome OC segment, and now we're gonna get to the main topic. Of course, this episode is called Tricks Are Us, and I'm just going to talk about this whole phenomenon of tricking and the pros and cons and whatnot. So let's get right into it. So what exactly is a trick, right? So let's establish that off the rip. Okay, so a trick, and this is the definition from Urban Dictionary, and it says any man who lets women use him for his wallet. It comes from the term prostitutes use to describe the men who pay them for sex. So in a nutshell, a trick is a man who pays women for sex. Now, nowadays, there are many different ways to trick, right? It's no longer just going to the street corner trying to pick up lot lizards and hoes and shit like that. Because of the internet, buying sex has become much more convenient and a bit more complex, right? Because it's not just paying someone up front for their time and having sex with them. Now you have women who are running an OnlyFans or so, right? Like that's a good example of what I'm talking about. The whole OnlyFans thing. You know, that's a form of tricking. You know, if you subscribe to a girl's OnlyFans, you're tricking, right? The only difference is that instead of having sex with her, you're paying her to view her either having sex with someone, or to view her exposing herself, maybe doing some seductive dancing, masturbating, doing some type of like sexy cosplay, whatever. So tricking is a bit more complex nowadays. It used to be just picking up random hookers on the street, getting a quick blowjob in the car and then kicking them out. And at the higher levels, you know, getting a escort or going to a brothel and having an all out nasty experience with a whore, right, for an hour or so. But now because of the internet, you know, it's a bit more complex, but it's still the same idea. Men paying women for sex. And the reason why I really wanted to talk about this is because of, you know, the emergence of this whole red pill space where men are kind of breaking down relationship dynamics with women. One of the main things that we talk about is the cost of dealing with women, the cost of having sex with women. And one of the big realizations that men have come to realize is like, you know, tricking isn't just paying a hooker for sex. Right? You could easily compare guys who are in a relationship with a girl and has to maintain that relationship by giving the girl gifts and money or, you know, whatever, providing for her. You could also kind of compare them to being a trick. So it's like, where do you draw the line between a trick and a guy who just has a wife or a girlfriend? You know, it's kind of like, this has become a very interesting topic. So before we really get into it, let's read this short article that I picked up real quick. I think it's from Psychology Today, just to get like a professional look into the world of tricking. Let me get a sip of this juice real quick, and then I'm gonna dive into this. Okay, let's backflip into this damn article. So I got this from Psychology Today, and it's some interesting bits of information here. So it's called Why Some Men Will Pay for Sex, Sex Workers, Their Clients, and the Male Sexual Deficit. And this was published or posted back in February 5th of 2021, so it's fairly recent. So the article says, it's called the world's oldest profession, and for good reason. According to British sociologist Catherine Hackham, prostitution thrives in every society of the modern world and has done so throughout recorded history. It's not even a solely human enterprise, in that female chimpanzees have been observed exchanging sex for food. Absolutely amazing. So I'm gonna be jumping around this article a bit because there's some boring bits to it, but we're gonna get to all the key points here. All right, so it says, in almost all localities in the United States, sex work is illegal, but its legal status varies widely around the world. In some countries, such as the Netherlands, it's legal and regulated. In others, such as New Zealand, is decriminalized, meaning there are no laws regulating or restricting it. And in still other countries, such as Thailand, it's technically illegal, but the laws aren't enforced. Whether it's legal or not, however, sex work is a stigmatized occupation everywhere in the world. I think that's a good point, because even though it's become more normalized as far as like things like OnlyFans, and even men openly talking about tricking and whether or not they do it, you know, it's a conversation piece now. And I think even more so when you're talking about the tricks themselves, you know, you see more guys really owning it. Like, yeah, I'm a trick. Yeah, I'll pay for it because of this, that, and the third. But there's still a bit of that stigma there. That stigma is not completely gone. I just think that, you know, participating in sex work has become a bit more normalized. I mean, let's admit, look, a lot of people refer to it as sex work now. It used to be just straight up prostituting, tricking, right? And now it's sex work. So the article continues, sex workers are by and large women, and their customers are almost all men. To be sure, there are also male sex workers, but these also cater almost exclusively to men. Paid sex can be quite expensive, and men who seek it must often risk legal consequences, social stigma, and marital discord to pursue it. So what kind of men pay for sex? This is the research question that Swedish psychologist Charlotte Diogen and her colleagues explored in an article they recently published in the Archives of Sexual Behavior. So one of the interesting things pointed out here is that sex workers are, for the most part, women, and the customers are mostly men, right? And even with male sex workers, most of them tend to be catering to other men, right? Gay or bisexual sex workers, you know. And I think I didn't watch the video, but I remember on Vlad TV, he had like a gigolo or something up there. And I remember reading the title, and he said like most gigolos or most male sex workers are bisexual or something like that. So it makes sense that even as a male prostitute, like if you really want to, unless you're in that upper echelon of men, right? You're gonna have to basically, you know, do some man fucking if you really want to thrive in that industry. But it does say a lot, the simple fact that, you know, women, damn, it's kind of sad and it says a lot, but it's like that women have such easy access to sex that they're not really big customers in this industry. They're mostly providers of this particular service, you know. And even the men that are providers of the service are mostly providing to other men. So the article continues and says, Diogen and colleagues also found no significant differences in income or education between men who have paid for sex and those who haven't. In other words, men don't engage sex workers only when they have the disposable income to do so. In fact, the researchers even noted a somewhat increased tendency to pay for sex at the lowest socioeconomic levels, suggesting that those men who may be too poor to attract a partner will save up for an occasional visit to a sex worker. You know what's funny? Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't consider this, but the thought crossed my mind, you know, now that I'm working a part-time job, you know, when you have hundreds of dollars coming in every 2 weeks or so, you know, that kind of opens a couple doors as far as like different things you can participate in. And so for the first time, I'm kind of realizing, like, you know, if I wanted to lose my virginity, I could go pay for it. And you know, with the amount of money I make, again, it's not a lot, but just like they say, you know, men who are too poor to attract a partner will save up, right? So I'm thinking, like, if I wanted to, I wouldn't do it, but I was thinking, like, man, if I wanted to, I could save like 100, 150 here and there up to about 500, and then just ball out and have a good old time with a big booty bitch. But I was like, you know, that's not my thing, right? But again, if you're someone who's open to doing that, I would imagine why it would be difficult to resist, because even myself, as I realized, like, oh, I can make this happen, the thought crossed my mind, even though I wouldn't do it. So if you're someone that's like, fuck it, yeah, man, it makes complete sense. Because it's like, now, like, when you have even enough money to where you can put it to the side, up to about 250 to 500, like that 250 to 500, you can have a good old time with a bitch. Like, it's there. It's right there. So I would, like, it's obvious to me why so many guys decide to go down that path, especially if you just can't get the kind of women that you really want. In the end, however, it was only the sex life variables that predicted whether men had paid for sex or not. Specifically, those who reported being dissatisfied with their sex life and who had looked for or met sex partners online were 5 times more likely to have also paid for sex than other men in the sample. Moreover, those who frequently view pornography were 3 times more likely to have paid for sex. And so again, it's no wonder why, again, the thought crossed my mind, because, you know, I used to be pretty much a porn addict, right? Now I got it under control. I am a porn advocate. I'll put it like that. I'm a porn advocate, you know. I indulge, but I wouldn't say I'm addicted anymore. But I think, again, me being someone who is familiar with the world of pornography, naturally you begin, like, you develop an understanding of what's available to you, right, if you're willing to pay. Because a lot of the girls who work in pornography, they escort on the side, right? And so I might be looking at porn sometimes, and again, that the thought just popped into your mind, like, damn, like, I could actually pay for this and get that, right? And so it's no surprise that guys who are into pornography end up being more likely to pay for sex, because again, you have an idea of what's out there, of what's purchasable. You know, like, these girls are really selling themselves. They're not just performing for a video. Like, really, the funny thing about pornography is that for girls, pornography is more like promotional material. It's not even like the core of it's not even their main moneymaker. For most girls who work in the porn industry, the actual porn scenes are not how they make most of their money. Porn is like advertising for the girl themselves, right? So that they can build up a fan base, you know, because like, I know one of my friends, one of his favorite porn stars is Roxy Reynolds, and he would have never known about her if not for pornography. And you got to think, it's not that Roxy Reynolds is really special. It's just that, you know, she's a attractive woman with a big fat ass who was able to promote herself through pornography, right? And because of that, she developed a fan base. And with that fan base, she's going to have more men who want to have sex with her. And because of that high demand, she can raise her prices, right? That's why you see these porn star chicks, they have like ridiculous prices, like $500 to $1,000 an hour or something like that. That's because there's a high demand because they've been promoted through pornography. I know too much about this shit. These three sex life variables, dissatisfaction, my bad, I kicked the table again. These three sex life variables, dissatisfaction, online dating, and porn use, are likely effects of high sex drive. Individual men and women vary greatly in terms of how much sex they want, but as Catherine Hackham points out, men on average have higher sex drives than women at all ages. So this is another factor that we have to take into consideration when talking about this whole phenomenon of this sex imbalance, is that men, we just naturally have a higher sex drive. You know, of course, the other side of the problem is how women just have a greater access to men than men tend to have access to women, but it's also the difference in our sex drive, right? So women can kind of go without more so than men. They don't feel that same level of burning desire as we do, and that gives them an advantage as far as being able to parlay their sexual value, the value of their bodies, the value of the sex that they can provide men, into money and other types of benefits and rewards. Men on average have higher sex drives than women at all ages, and this gap only widens with age. While young women usually have no problem attracting as many sex partners as they want, some older women have little desire for sex. I'm glad they pointed that out because it's totally true. Young women usually have no problem attracting as many sex partners as they want. Now, of course, that doesn't mean quality. That doesn't mean that they're going to all just have chads lined up. But if it's quantity you're talking about, women have a much easier time getting guys than guys have getting girls. This widening gap between the sex drives of men and women leads to what Hackham calls the male sexual deficit. Especially as men enter into middle age, they often find themselves with a spouse who is no longer interested in sex. Now, this is something else that's important as well, though, because you hear about this phenomenon of like sexless marriages and shit like that. But just imagine being a man with a wife and both of your sex drives are going to decline with age, but hers is going to decline much rapidly than yours. And even from the jump, it was probably less intense than yours to begin with, right? And so there's always, if you're in a relationship with one woman, there's always going to be this issue where you want it more than she does, right? And so it goes on to say, those older men who can still attract younger women will do so either by having extramarital affairs or else by divorcing and remarrying. Meanwhile, those who can't do so may turn to sex workers instead to meet their sexual needs. In Sweden, prostitution is viewed as a social ill based on gender inequality, and the legal strategy has been to prosecute those who purchase sex rather than those who sell it. And see, that's something that I've always taken issue with, but I think it's a prime example of how women are just favored in our society. It's okay for them to sell it, but you better not buy it. You want to buy it, you're going to be at risk. It just seems like there's this concentrated effort to just make things as hard as possible for men in these type of situations. I mean, look, I understand that women get sex trafficked and all that shit, but I think that my issue with that is it completely ignores the male side of things. Like you do know, like there's like male sex trafficking too, right? Maybe to a lesser extent, but it's guys out there that want to fuck boys too, right? But again, they completely gloss over this issue in favor of women. It's not just women being trafficked. Like there is some value in having little butt boy slaves too. So damn, that's why I really take issue with shit like this, because they act like women are the only ones who suffer from the negative side of the sex industry. Charlotte Diogen and her colleagues seem to agree with this view, and they maintain that their research can help set policies aimed at eradicating sex work in order to increase gender equality in Sweden. Catherine Hackham, in contrast, argues that the male sex deficit is so great that sex work can never be completely abolished, since there will always be young women willing to make their living by meeting the needs of generous gentlemen. Thus, criminalizing the sex trade only makes it more dangerous for sex workers to ply their trade. Then how do we best protect the women who engage in sex work? Gerald Mosley, a retired attorney at the California Department of Justice, conducted extensive interviews with sex workers and found that they overwhelmingly had a positive attitude toward their profession. This further suggests that legalizing or decriminalizing sex work is the best way to protect the women and men who choose to engage in this line of work. And this is something else that I think we're seeing out in the open as well because of social media. You see a lot more women who are kind of not just expressing the different ways in which they use their sex appeal to get money out of men. You know, they even brag about it. You know, everything's about getting the bag and finessing niggas and shit like that. Like, women brag about that kind of thing now. And so it's no wonder why a lot of these women, like they said, overwhelmingly have a positive attitude toward their profession because it can be so lucrative for them to walk this path. And, you know, I don't want to get too off subject, but I think that one of the things that I'm starting to notice is that, you know, unfortunate for men, but fortunately for women, it's starting to seem like that women simply benefit more from, you know, we always say she belongs to the streets, right? But the fact is, a lot of women benefit more from staying in the streets because just do the math. A woman can benefit more from giving bits and pieces of her sex appeal to many different men as opposed to attaching herself to one man and getting compensated for that, right? So what I'm saying is, let's say you have like one girl, right? And she's fairly attractive. She can get much more out of 100 average men than she can from one average dude, right? Now, of course, if she can find like a rich guy or a wealthy, successful man to attach herself to, then that would be worth it. But I think the problem that we're seeing now is that the simple fact is this: most men are not in that upper echelon of men to where a woman would look at him and say, okay, attaching myself to him, being loyal to this one man is more beneficial than taking advantage of what I can get out of 100 men or 1,000 men or 10,000 men, right? And I think that's why you're seeing so many women take this course of action or walk this path of sex work, because the simple fact is that they can benefit more from being provided for from multiple men than one man. And at the end of the article, they say, furthermore, the sex workers Mosley talked with confirmed what Hackham as well as Diogen and colleagues found in their research. That is that men who pay for sex do so because they aren't getting their sexual needs met in their everyday relationships. So, you know, women are just able to take advantage of the fact that a lot of guys just aren't satisfied with what they can get without paying for it, or without paying directly, at least. So yeah, that was that article. So now I'm going to just talk more about different aspects of tricking. So again, like I said before, what I've noticed, and you can just type this in, just type in paying for sex, right? Type in paying for sex on YouTube, and you're going to see some men defending it, some men promoting it. You're going to see some guys who are against it, talking like it's weak, it's not masculine, it's lame, it's beta, whatever. But one thing remains true to this day, and it's that tricks have always been the butt of the joke. Being a trick has never been seen as a good thing. I mean, look, just look at the saying, it's not tricking if you got it, right? Now let's break that down. It's not tricking if you got it. So what they're saying is that you're not really a trick if you got so much money that it doesn't matter to you, right? But whether you agree with that or not, it's not my point. Look at what he's saying. It's not tricking if you got it. So he's basically trying to say, look, I'm not a trick. I'm not a trick. Right? But why would you try to say that? Because again, tricking has always been seen as a bad thing. When I hear the word trick, I just think of a fool ass nigga. Like, whether that's true or not, whatever. But just how I was raised, when I hear trick, like when you call somebody a trick, it's meant to be an insult. Like, you trick ass nigga. Like, I think of a fool ass boy. like a fool ass nigga. When I hear trick, that's what I think, right? And so the question is, why don't people respect tricks? And so I think we got to go back to what I call the pimp hoe trick hierarchy. And I made this little pyramid just to go with it. Just right. It's so stupid. But again, it's the pimp hoe trick hierarchy. And so we already know at the very top of the pyramid is the pimp. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a pimp? Maybe not like a legitimate, like running the streets type pimp. But a pimp could also be synonymous with like a player, a Mac, someone that can just not only get attractive women with ease, but can also put them to work for them, right? Like you lay it down so firm and so proper that girls, they come out of their pocket for you, right? They put in work for you. They trying to get your attention. They fighting over you. Like, that's undeniably, that is the top of the pyramid, right? But then what about when you go down the level into whole trick territory, right? And so one thing you will notice is that hoes, despite being hoes, you hear them talking bad about tricks. And even though tricks are their lifeblood, you hear that, right? Like, I remember in that movie Players Club, when that big Amazon light-skinned girl was trying to turn out Lisa Ray, I think. And she was, because I guess she was like bisexual or something. And she was trying to get Lisa Ray to hook up with her or something. And she was like, I ain't like one of these tricks out here. You gonna give me what I want, like some shit like that. But look at how she said that. I'm not like one of these tricks. Like, again, she was saying it to put down the tricks. And I've heard women talk that way about guys who pay for sex. You don't hear it as much now because I think women know that like now it's kind of different because of the emergence of internet tricking, which kind of requires you to cater more to the ego of the trick. But I do remember a time where it just seemed like women seem to really down guys who paid for sex. Even though they were selling it, you could tell that they looked down on these guys like these lame, dirty, like gross, desperate, like, right? You can tell that. And so I think that's part of the reason why tricks don't get a lot of respect, is because obviously the pimp is gonna look down on him because he has the hoes working for him. But even the hoes look down on tricks in a way because they just see them as being these pathetic guys who can't get laid, right? And to be fair, they probably deal with a lot of scumbag type dudes that make them feel that way, right? And you got to think the coolest, most really like look at it from the perspective of a woman, right? The guy that they're really attracted to wouldn't have to pay in the first place. So naturally, the guys who they think are cool are not going to be the ones who are paying. It's going to be the guys who I have so much attraction for this man. He can hit it for free, right? He can just get it because I want it, right? But the guy who has to pay, why does he have to pay? Because he doesn't have what the pimp has. He doesn't have what the alpha or the Chad has. So he has to compensate with money. And that's part of the reason why tricks aren't respected. That's why a lot of times tricks are seen as being less than even a hoe. But the funny thing about this is that a lot of tricks really look at hoes the same way. Like, bitch, I got so much money, I could wipe my ass with this shit. But instead of wiping my ass with this shit, I'm going to throw it in your face and then I'm going to choke you with my dick. I'm going to have you licking my ass. Like whatever, right? And so, like, even some tricks can have that same mentality towards a hoe. And even, of course, a pimp going to feel that way about a hoe. So it's kind of weird, like, you can look at it like pimp, then hoe, then trick. But in all actuality, it's like pimp and the hoes and tricks on the same level. If you really think about it. But another reason why people don't respect tricks is, and you know, I talked about this on the Night Walk vlog, where I gave you the example of like, all right, if you guys found out that I was paying people to pretend to be my friend, right? Like if I paid, like, okay, I'm gonna pay this guy to come over to and play Street Fighter with me because I'm so lonely. Anybody would say, nigga, you lame, you pathetic, like it's sad. Like that shit is sad, right? Like if I said right now, I paid this nigga to come play Street Fighter with me because I was so lonely, anybody would say, that's sad, nigga. That's sad. Like, what's wrong, bro? Like, you need to talk. And what you have to understand is that when a guy is a trick, when he's paying for sex, it's only natural for people to feel the same way about him as they would like if a guy was paying somebody for like fake friendship, right? Because the way a lot of people look at tricks is that you can't get a girl to love you. You can't attract women based on who you are, so you have to pay for it, right? And so it's only natural that they end up looking at you like you're pathetic. The same way if they saw a guy who was paying for friendship or fake friendship, like, oh, I can't make friends, so I'll just pay these people to be around me and pretend to be my friend, right? You might call them leeches or parasites. You know, a lot of times you see this with celebrities where they have like these big entourages where everybody's just leeching from them. And in the end, that shit just isn't cool, right? Because they only are around you because you're making money and they want to benefit from that, right? And so that's why a lot of people, again, don't respect tricks, because to them, paying for sex or paying for fake affection from a woman would be just as pathetic as paying for like fake friendship, right? It's very similar. I think it's just that now a trick would counter that argument by saying, you know, I just want to use her body. Like I ain't got to care about her. She ain't got to care about me. I ain't got to like her. She ain't got to like me. I just want to suck some big ass titties, right? So that's what a trick would say, right? But I'm just trying to explain why people look at it a certain way, right? Because I've looked at videos from both perspectives, and typically what I see from guys who kind of embrace being a trick, again, they look at sex as being just a service provided. They take all the emotion out of it pretty much and just say, look, I want to suck big titties. I want to fuck a big ass like I never could on my own. Right? Or I just don't want to bother working for it, so I'll just pay for it. You know, really what you'll come to find is that a lot of these guys just have this kind of cold mentality when it comes to sex. Like they look at sex as just, again, a service to be provided. Love and affection and realness between the two and mutual love and respect is not needed. I just want to suck big titties, right? And another part of it, why a lot of people don't respect tricks, is because a lot of our worth as men is seen as coming from our ability to attract women, our dealings with the opposite sex, our ability to to attract women and essentially talk the panties off of them, right? Because you got to think, even today, as a man, if you're a virgin, that's going to be a strike against you, right? Most people are going to look at you sideways because of that. Like, so I mean, it varies from person to person, but some people, they would look at you like you're less than a man, or like you're not really mature. It's almost like people are always going to look at you like something is missing, right? Like there's an aspect of your masculinity that's not there if you're a virgin, or if you're not successful with women. I mean, just look at how people look at incels and shit like that, right? Look at how people looked at the main character in the 40-year-old virgin, right? I know that's a movie, but still, like, that's really how it kind of is in our reality, right? And on the opposite end of that spectrum, when you're a man who's able to naturally attract a lot of women without paying for it, at least not directly, people look at you like you're cool. You're an alpha male. You're a Chad. You're a Tyrone, right? You're the shit. Like, it's cool to be that guy that girls just love. And so if you're on the opposite end of that, and you're so bad with women that you got to pay for it, again, that's gonna be why people look down on you as a trick, because it's like, oh, well, you can't even attract a woman, so you must be less than a man, right? And again, I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm just trying to explain their perception and break down why we've gotten to this point where tricks are generally looked down upon by most people. But moving on to my next point, and I'm gonna get like a sip. Get a quick sip real quick. That shit is so cool. Okay, so getting to my next point. And so now I want to talk more in depth as far as this divide in the manosphere. Right. So if you don't know, the manosphere is generally regarded as this emerging space, or various groups within the internet that are very much associated with red pill ideology. I like how Rollo Tomasi kind of broke it down. He said, like, there is no just core main theory or ideology. It's almost like within the red pill is different tribes. Within the manosphere is different tribes. And I think that's very much true, right? Because I'll just give you an example, right? Like, my favorite red pill content creator would be Coach Greg Adams. And one thing about him that I noticed is, like, he talks not directly, but you'll see him make fun of dating coaches quite a lot, like guys like Lucario, right? But really, both of these guys, if you really think about it, they both kind of fit into the manosphere, at least to me, right? Because I can look at both of their content and I might not agree with everything. I might disagree here and agree there, but I would still consider these guys to be a part of what would be called the manosphere, right? And even someone like Kevin Samuels, like, he's very, very divisive as far as like whether or not he's part of the red pill or the manosphere. But I think that it's kind of undeniable that he is, whether you like it or not, right? And Fresh and Fit, that's another example of this just a red pill or red pill content creators where it's like some parts of the red pill community accept them, others don't, right? But at the end of the day, I think whether you like it or not, they're all a part of this space, right? And like Rollo Tomasi said, it's different tribes, and that's why you see certain people, oh, he ain't really red pill and he ain't manosphere, because different tribes have different beliefs within this red pill ideology, but again, it's not like a singular ideology, like, because everyone has like different ideas. I just think that at the very core of it, when I look at everyone together, the main defining trait is put yourself first as a man, right? Develop yourself as a man. And more or less stepping away from the traditional ideas of dealing with women and mate selection and whatnot, right? But my point here is that when it comes down to certain topics like tricking, right? Or again, code approach, choosing signals, like, and that's a good example because you look at someone like Lucario. He's a strong believer in code approach, right? Then you look at someone like AMS. He leans more towards choosing signals, but he's not necessarily against code approach. And then you look at someone like Coach Greg Adams. Like, he seems like he's more so against code approach. Like, he always thought shit. He always thought shit about code approaches. Like, I remember he said code approaching is like low frequency and shit like that, like or low vibration or something like that. So you see all these different extremes on different topics, right? And tricking is another one, because you could say someone like Kevin Samuels and Coach Greg Adams, like, they're pro tricking, right? But guys like AMS, Lucario, or Fit and Fearless, they're very much anti-tricking, right? Or at least it's not something that they participate in. Now, some guys are more like, I don't do it, but I'm not against it. And then some are more adamantly for or against, right? But my point is that this is a subject that I've noticed there's a lot of division. Like, this is one of the big ones right here. And that's why I really wanted to talk about it, especially as someone who's on the side of not tricking, right? But again, I'm more so, I don't trick, but I don't care about other guys tricking. Like, that's more my stance. But what I've noticed more and more is that tricks are really clapping back, right? I've noticed that more and more guys, like I said before, they're embracing being a trick. And not only that, it's like they've taken it a step further and to the point of even implying, look, everybody tricks in one way or another, right? You either pay up front or you pay in a roundabout way, in, dating and relationships and whatnot. And you know what? That's actually a very good point. And I think, like, that's one of the fantastic things about these debates, these arguments, and these different discussions about these subjects is that no matter what side of the argument that you're on, I think there's always something interesting that comes out of this. And I think that what the main point that a lot of tricks will make to those who try to look down on them is that if you really think about it, a lot of guys who deal with girls in the traditional way, in the normal way, end up paying anyway. And a lot of times they end up really paying more, right? Like, a perfect example would be, okay, you'll see a guy, he gets a lot of bitches. Like, he's a player. He gets it for free, right? But he ends up, let's say he gets one of these girls pregnant, and now he gets put up for child support, and he's paying $2,000, $5,000, some crazy amount a month in child support. Well, now he's paying more than a trick, all over some pussy that was supposed to be free. And so that's one of the great things about these kind of discussions, is that it kind of points out how, even if you think you're not tricking, you could really be tricking. And I talked about this in the episode of the Nightwalk vlog, boyfriend trick, right? And that's why I called the episode Tricks Are Us, is just, trying to really look at yourself and say, wait, have I been a trick all along? Are we all tricks? And again, it's a very interesting discussion no matter what side of the fence that you're on. But like I said before, I do think that tricking is becoming more normalized, and not just normalized. It's becoming more necessary because, with the growth of social media and smartphones, all these different things that women in particular have access to that allow them to market themselves to the world, and more specifically to men, it's kind of taking pimps out of the equation. Not 100%, but the way things, the way things used to be, a woman advertising herself to potential tricks or johns was, I'm going to stand on the street corner and I'm going to dress very provocatively. And any man with common sense is going to know that I'm for sale. But obviously that's a very dangerous position to put yourself in, because one, oftentimes women doing this, you're not doing this in like upscale suburbs and safe high class areas, right? Street walking is something that's more prevalent in areas where the overall income tends to be lower. We'll put it like that, hoods, ghettos, projects, maybe at best somewhere between lower and middle class neighborhoods, but it's not, street walking is not something you're going to see in like high class areas. So that was a very dangerous thing for a woman to do. So in order to protect themselves, they needed pimps. Women needed pimps to protect them while they were running the streets. But now, because of the internet, they don't have to be out there like that. Now a woman can essentially attract hundreds to thousands of different tricks or johns to her social media page just by properly promoting herself, right? Now, again, I'm someone who I am an indulger in pornography. I'll just put it like that. And one thing that I've noticed is in the amateur scene in particular, what I'm noticing is that it used to be that amateur, like people putting out amateur porn used to do it just for the hell of it, right? But now, because of OnlyFans, you're seeing more like short clips, right? Like it'll be like a 1 minute clip of a girl giving a blowjob or playing with herself or masturbating, right? And then in the corner or even in the middle of the fucking video, right, taking up like a significant portion of the screen is her OnlyFans. If you want the full vid, subscribe to my OnlyFans. But what I'm saying is that because of social media, because of smartphones, because of the internet and all these different apps and whatnot, it's kind of, again, I'm not going to say the pimp is extinct, but it's taken out that element from prostitution and sex work from being a necessity. Now women don't need a pimp, right? And so it's much easier for women to play this game of sex work, right? And you even have websites like Seeking Arrangements where, girls are openly advertising themselves to become, sugar babies for older men, right? You have videos on YouTube where girls are openly talking about, trying to get allowances from men, hooking up with older men and then being put on the payroll, shit like that. Like it's becoming more and more normal. And because of that, like I said, as more and more women participate in sex work, and again, it doesn't have to be straight up, I'm in porn, I'm escorting, it's levels to this shit. It's becoming much more of a necessity for men to kind of play along. And, one of the main things that I've noticed, like Coach Greg Adams, like he always talks about this, is that as we move into the future, it's becoming more and more something that guys have to just come to terms with. Like if you're not willing to pay, you're going to get left out of the game. And even as someone who is adamant about not tricking, I have to acknowledge that, that's goddamn, like that's true. Because more and more women are starting to participate in sex work, maybe not even at the extreme level, of I'm a straight up porn star, I'm a straight up escort, but at least at the lower level of, okay, I'm gonna use my social media to attract different orbiters and I'm gonna see what I'm gonna get out of them, right? And so if she's looking at 10, 15 different guys who are willing to invest in her based on her sex appeal, and you're talking about, look, I ain't paying, I'm not a trick, then you're just gonna get left out. And so I think that's why you're kind of seeing this divide within the manosphere on this topic, because some guys are kind of sticking to like that old way of thinking of, you know, I ain't no trick, I ain't tricking, I ain't paying for it. And some guys are just kind of going with the flow of what's happening. But next, I want to talk about the pros and cons of tricking. And then I'm going to go into the pros and cons of free pussy. All right, so let's start with the pros and cons of tricking. And we're going to start with the pros. So the first pro of tricking is you can get access to women who are out of your league. And I talked about this a little bit on the Night Walk vlog where I talked about this. And this is one of the reasons why I'm not against tricking, even though I wouldn't do it, because for some guys, like I said, you are not going to have sex. I mean, I don't care what you do, what you say. You are not going to have sex with very, very attractive women. Like 8s, 9s, and 10s. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen for you. And let's be real, bro. Like most of us, we would love to have that experience. Like I know the whole time when I'm playing like Resident Evil 5, I'm looking at characters like Sheva and Excella. And these women, even though they're video game characters, you know, they're very realistic and attractive, you know, they would be considered like 9s and 10s, right? Or even when I'm looking at porn, like, or when I'm out and about, in that rare instance where I see like a very attractive woman, you know, even I gotta admit, like, it's like, there's this part of me that's like, damn, I kind of wish that I could have that experience, you know? Like, wouldn't every man at least once just want to be with a highly attractive woman, a woman that you just like, like you like not an average girl, not in a, but like I'm talking like when you see her, you know you have no chance, right? And when you open yourself up to tricking or paying for sex, then you can have that. You can have that experience and more, man. Like it's there, it's right. It's like, like even now, like I feel, I can feel that demonic energy like pulling me in. Like it's right, it's right there, Marco. You can have it. All the things you masturbated to, right? Like I get it, man. And so that's one of the reasons why, like, I would never shame guys for tricking, because I know that feeling, dude. I know that feeling. I'm strong enough to resist, but I know that feeling, and to know that you can have that experience or at least some semblance of it for you know a fee, you know, $500, $1,000 or so. I mean, damn. And especially if you're making good money. Yeah, man. And so another pro of tricking is that you save time and energy, right? And so another argument that I'm seeing that tricks bring forth is that, okay, you guys say you don't pay for sex. Okay, you might not be paying with money, but you're still paying with time and energy. And I think that's a very valid point, because, excuse me, even with guys who would be considered like players or alpha males, not all of them, but now this is especially true for like guys at a more average level though, right? But the whole point is that you might not be paying in dollars, right? But the amount of time and energy that it takes you to get a woman in bed, is either equal or even worse than the amount of money that a trick would have had to pay to get the same experience, or at least to sleep with a woman of a similar level of attractiveness. Because it's important to understand that money is not the only currency, right? Your energy is limited, your time is limited, just like your money is limited. And so if you're investing a lot of time and energy into a woman just to get sex in return, you know, that can be just as devastating as a guy, you know, spending all his hard-earned money on prostitutes and digging himself in a hole, right? Not just in terms of like losing money, but even becoming addicted to the experience of paying for sex, you know. And I noticed this with one of my good friends. I mean, he was definitely a boyfriend trick. He was definitely a fucking boyfriend trick. But with the boyfriend trick, that's probably the most dangerous position, because you don't just invest money. It's also a lot of time and energy, right? Because I've seen guys get in these situations and it just, like, these girls demand so much of them to maintain that relationship that it's absolutely bonkers, man. So again, it's a very valid point. If you are open to tricking, then you don't have to really think so much about like different like PUA strategies and how I'm going to approach. I got to nag her and then do this. You know, you don't got to do none of that shit. Just pay, fuck, leave. So another benefit of tricking is it can help you avoid false rape accusations. Now, this is a kind of an underrated one, really. And I think this is more so something that you see with celebrities, right? This is something that can really help out somebody who's famous. Because you see a lot of times with these guys who are athletes or rappers or actors, and they're able to use their status as a means to attract a lot of women and get free sex out of them. But you also notice that a lot of these guys get jammed up with like false rape accusations and shit like that. And, you know, I think the whole Kobe situation, RIP, but that whole Kobe situation, you remember when Kobe got accused of rape, right? And then everybody was mad at him because they said that he dry snitched on Shaq. No, I said Shaq. Because he dry snitched on Shaq and said Shaq pays his women, right? But the funny thing about that situation is that, you know, Kobe was pretty much on my team, right? No tricking. And Shaq was a trick. But Kobe was the one who got jammed up with a false rape accusation. And Shaq, as of yet, hasn't gone through any shit like that, right? And so this is what I think. And it might sound kind of, I don't want to say mean, but I don't know. It might sound evil on the part of women. Maybe not even evil, but petty, right? And I think that with women, when they're giving out their sex, they want to always feel compensated. And I think a lot of times with these situations of like false rape accusations aimed towards like famous men, wealthy men, I mean, you can look at things like the Mike Tyson situation, the Tupac situation and shit like that, right? As other examples. Now, I'm not saying these guys were innocent. At the end of the day, we'll never know. But just let's assume they were innocent, right? Why would these girls do that? You know, these were all situations where these guys got this sex for free. And I think that women, for the most part, they want to feel compensated when they give a man sex. If they don't feel like this, like your sex for her sex is an equal exchange, she's gonna want more. And I think that with a lot of these guys who got caught up in false rape accusations, I think the simple fact was that if they would have paid that girl up front, it wouldn't have been an issue. The problem was that she wanted more, but couldn't get it. Right? She might have thought that she would get a relationship out of it. She might have thought that she would get pregnant, whatever, right? But for her to just give this man access to her body and to get nothing in return, I think that it does something to them. I think that it puts them in a very vindictive, toxic state of mind. And again, I'm talking specifically about women who do false rape accusations, not when they really get raped, right? And I think that in their mind, they might not even think they're doing something wrong. It's just that I gave him sex, I didn't get anything back. Wait, I was raped. And I honestly think like that's kind of the mindset of these women. And so when you decide that you're just gonna pay women up front, it kind of shields you from this. And I think that as a celebrity, as a man of means, you really got to think about this. At least as far as like dealing with women who are just groupies and are trying to give it to you for free, you should be very careful with them. And this kind of leads into my final point as far as like one of the pros of tricking, and that's that they come and go as you please. You know, I know you guys have heard it before, but I've heard people say, as a celebrity, as a rich guy, as a famous guy, I'm not paying for sex. I'm paying them to leave, right? And that makes perfect sense because sometimes as a man, you just want to scratch that itch and keep it moving. But when you're dealing with a girl in a normal way, right? You're just dating, hooking up and whatnot. To some extent, clear boundaries are not drawn as far as the intricacies of your relationship, right? They might just start popping up out of nowhere, calling you, you know, expecting different things, right? And so you would have to really make it clear that, look, this, you ain't that, this, right? But with a prostitute, with a sex worker, you already know what it is. Look, I just want you for this hour. I just want you for 2 hours, whatever. If I want you again, I'll call you, don't call me. But when dealing with normal women, you can't really have that because inevitably they're going to expect more, especially if you're a celebrity, if you're like a high value man, they're going to expect and they're going to want more. And so they're going to try to ease themselves more and more into your life, right? And then that can be kind of a nuisance to deal with. And if you're just paying women, then you're in complete control as far as like you get them when you want them and you toss them to the side when you no longer want them. So let's talk about the cons, right? So the first one is it's illegal in a lot of places. No, I fucked up. I skipped one. We're going to get there. But the first con is that it costs money, right? Let me get a sip. So this one is self-explanatory. When you decide that you're going to the bottle pop, when you decide that you're going to open yourself up to the world of tricking and paying for sex, the obvious downside is that it's going to cost money. And, you know, one thing I noticed is that within the manosphere, when you have guys who are pro tricking, who are down for tricking, it seems to me that a lot of them argue from the perspective of the guy that's like already well off. You know, again, the whole it's not tricking if you got it, right? Not saying again like it's not tricking, but if you got it, it's not a big deal to be paying for sex, right? But the reality is that most guys don't got it. That's the reality. And just like that article said, one of the common traits amongst guys paying for sex was that they tended to occupy a lower level of socioeconomic success, right? So men who were on the side of maybe not necessarily living in complete poverty, but not really middle class or high class either, right? Most of the guys paying for sex are again, not broke, but they ain't really got it to the point where they can brag about tricking, right? When they trick, it's gonna take a toll, right? And I think it's important to acknowledge this aspect of tricking. It's one thing if you just balling and it's nothing to you, but the fact is most guys are not balling. Most guys don't have a lot of money, right? And so for the average person to participate in paying for sex, it can set you back, right? You have some guys who married men taking money out of their family household just to buy sex, just to maintain some little hookers on the side and shit like that. And it can take its toll. And I think it's important to point that out because we often look at it from the perspective of, I got it, so it ain't a big deal. But a lot of guys simply don't have it. And so it is a big deal, especially if it's something that you become addicted to, because it can get in the way of you handling other financial responsibilities, neglecting your family and shit like that. I mean, that's real. That's real. And I think that it has to be addressed. Another con is that it's illegal in a lot of places. We all know that dealing with prostitutes can get you jammed up legally. Now, really, to be honest, I don't hear about that a lot. I'm sure it happens. I'm sure there are probably still sting operations and shit like that. But to be fair, I can't remember the last time I heard about a guy getting arrested because he was paying for sex. Usually when I hear about someone getting in trouble who's involved in that line of work, it's the pimp. It's usually the pimp that's getting in trouble, not the sex worker, not the hoe, not the trick or the John. And again, that's just me in my little bubble. Maybe I don't know better, but I don't really notice that a lot. But it should be pointed out that because it's illegal, it is a risk as far as your freedom. Okay, so another con is that it exposes you to criminal pimps. Right. And so this is another thing that I'm sure you guys have heard of, but there is definitely a thing where tricks or johns are set up by prostitutes to basically get robbed. I don't know if you guys know of this rapper called Max B. He's in prison now, but the case that he was involved in basically went like this. This girl that he was seeing, I think she was a stripper or she was a hooker or something. She got involved with this guy who was like a square, but he had money. So essentially he was a trick. He was tricking off on her. But she was still dealing with street dudes. And so she's telling the street dudes, hey, I'm dealing with this trick who got money. We can set him up to rob him. Right. And so she's able to set him up to get robbed, but during the robbery, one of his friends ends up getting killed, and the rapper Max B gets tangled up in the case because the girl, the sex worker, was his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend or something like that, and she snitched on him saying that he helped set everything up, right? But the point is that is a situation that happens more often than you think. Right? Because the fact is, when you're dealing with women who are in the sex work industry, even though pimps are not as much of a necessity as they used to be, a lot of them still do have pimps, right? There's still value in having a smart business-minded man in your corner. But the fact is, a lot of these guys also tend to be street dudes, right? And these women, they pay attention to the different guys that they deal with. Like, oh man, like this guy is a doctor or he's a lawyer, he got money, he trapping, whatever. And so they going back to them pimps and telling them what's going on with these guys. And it depending on the mindset of her pimp, You know, he might not just be into selling pussy, right? He might be into robbing and shooting and killing too, selling dope. You never know, right? And so one thing that has happened quite often is that tricks get set up by the girls that they try to pay for, right? For whatever reason. It definitely happens. That's a risk that you run into, because a lot of these girls who will meet up with you and have sex with you, a complete stranger, you know, they're not going to just go there completely ass out, right? They're not going to go there and be completely vulnerable. You go to that hotel room, you think it's just her when her pimp is in the next room, right? And he knows if he don't get a phone call after 1 hour, to busting that bitch with a gun, right? Like, these girls are not dumb. And so, but that's just one of those things that you got to look out for. You know, in fact, I would say you got more of a risk getting set up by a hoe than getting caught up in a sting operation. And you know, one of my favorite YouTubers is Soldier the Game Spitter, and he talked about this shit a little bit, and he was talking about how he was advising men or telling guys, like, when you meeting up with a hooker or a prostitute, make sure you got your guns. Make sure you let her know I kill you if you try to say I mean, he was talking some gangster shit. You definitely got to check out his channel, Soldier the Game Spitter. But yeah, he was talking about it too, man. Like, you gotta be careful with these hoes. He said that come have your guns, let her know you not playing, you been not trying no shit. Because again, some of these girls, they savages, and they boyfriends and they pimp savages. Like, and if they know you an easy mark, they'll take that shit, you know. And you gotta think, you real vulnerable when you trying to fuck. Like you're very vulnerable when you trying to fuck. So it's like the best time to set you up. So the next con is sometimes there are limits on what you can do with the girls, right? And so this is going to depend on how you approach dabbling and tricking or paying for sex, right? Because it does vary. But just as an example, for sure, if you're picking up like a random prostitute, you don't know her, y'all just hooking up for the night, you gave her 100 for an hour, 200 for an hour, whatever, right? You probably not gonna eat that pussy, right? You probably not gonna eat raw prostitute pussy. You like, come on, dog. Don't be out. You eating raw prostitute, hooker, sex worker pussy. Like, most guys with some sense not gonna do that. But you know what? Maybe you like eating pussy, but you know damn well you can't do that with this prostitute. I can't eat this, man. She done had 8 dudes in her today. I can't eat this bitch out, right? Another thing is, you got some prostitutes that are like, you can't kiss, right? So you can't make out with the bitch. Not saying you would want to, but you know, some guys are into that. They want to get kind of intimate, but a lot of these girls, they don't want you to kiss them, right? There's a no kissing policy. Some girls, like, they only suck dick with a condom. Who the fuck want a condom blowjob, right? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, another con to it is that a lot of times there's going to be limits on what you can do with the girl, right? Now, again, this varies depending on like your approach, and because if you know where to go and who to go to, then man, you could do more. You could potentially do more than what you could do with an average chick, right? But generally speaking, the average prostitute is gonna have some type of limitation because of the risk of STDs, if nothing else, right? Where you might want some raw sex, but you can't get that from a prostitute because she don't want to catch nothing from your ass, right? Some of them won't even give you a condomless blowjob. And again, who the fuck wants a blowjob with a condom? So that's another con of tricking, right? So let's get to the pros and cons of free pussy. Okay, so the first pro of free pussy is, and this is, man, come on now. This is definitely the big one. The girlfriend, wife experience, depending, right? I mean, I say white, but don't give me that. I don't play. But the girlfriend wife experience, and let's just be real, bruh. I think that because of this whole like battle of the sexes that's kind of going on, this war between men and women where women don't trust men and men don't trust women, and you got the red pill, pink pill, black pill, suppositories, and right? I think that one simple truth is kind of just being ignored, and that's that sometimes guys just like to spend time with girls, right? Sometimes, like, it's not just men working 24/7 trying to get sex out of a girl or their girlfriend or whatever. You know, sex is definitely the glue that holds a relationship together. It's a necessity for it to work, let's be real. But I think that it's, even as someone who's never been in a relationship, right? And I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know I'm not wrong on this, bro. Like, sometimes you just enjoy being with your girl, right? Like, if anybody out there has had a girlfriend or whatever, I'm sure you can attest to this. And I'm sure it's safe to say that sometimes, you know, it's not just about having sex with the girl. You know, it's the little things. It's the companionship, right? Like when you wake up in the morning and she's there with her stinking ass breath, right? It's when you go out on a date or something and you have a legitimately good time. You know, when after you get done having sex and you just sitting there pillow talking and cuddling and shit like that, watching Netflix together. You know, maybe you got you a gamer girl and you can play video games together and shit like that. Go work out together and eat together. Now, all these different things, you know, these are experiences that you're just not gonna get from a sex worker for the most part. Now, I know some of them specifically do like girlfriend experience, but do you know how much that shit costs? Like girlfriend experience from like a porn star is like thousands of dollars, bro. Cause that's like y'all hanging out all day type shit. And of course, it's not even authentic, right? And that's undeniably one of the greatest benefits of free pussy or dealing with women in the normal way, right? Like just dating, having a girlfriend, having a wife, is that you get to enjoy all of the other little moments outside of sex that make you enjoy being with the woman. Because again, being with the woman is not just, all right, I'm only happy when I'm fucking her, right? Because even my friend, you know, one of my good friends, he's always been in toxic relationships, but I always remember that one thing he told me was that, you know, outside of all the toxic bullshit, you know, he did have quite a few good times with his first serious girlfriend, right? That always stood out to me is that as toxic as that relationship was, and I'm not saying that this justifies him being in that relationship. He should have never been in it regardless, right? But that always stood out to me, and I think like that's what really keeps a lot of these guys stuck in these toxic relationship cycles. Is that it's not always bad. It's those good moments where y'all had laughs together, where y'all spent time together, when y'all had each other's back, right? And even outside of what you did in the bedroom, right? Just whether it was just going different places, doing different things together. You know, I think there's a lot of value in that. And again, but that's something that for the most part, you're only going to get from a girlfriend or from a wife or from a girl who has genuine attraction to you, to the point where she's not looking at it like, okay, I need this amount of money for this amount of time. She's looking at it like, okay, I like this guy just as much as he likes me, right? I like being around him the same way he likes being around me, so we just do the damn thing. you know, and that's something that for the most part you're not going to get paying for sex. So the next pro of free pussy is social clout. Now this is another one. Now, depending on how much you care about these sort of things, it might matter, it might not, but it is what it is. And when I say social clout, it's just that when you have maybe not even necessarily a girlfriend, but let's say you're a guy who's able to attract women with ease, right? It's going to make you appear higher value to the people around you. Women are going to like you more because we all know women like guys that other girls like. So as they see you pulling bitches, they going to want to get pulled too, right? But not only that, you know, men are going to look at you differently too. Like I remember when, you know, I was just talking about my friend and his toxic relationship, but I remember when I first met his girlfriend, I was like, damn, like, cause she was really cute. Like she was like a legitimate QT. And I was like, damn, man, like that's you. And it's funny cause even Alpha Male Strategy, he talked about this a little bit too, where it's like when you maybe like you go into the club and your girl bad, guys gonna look at you different. They gonna think, like, guys and women, anybody, if you a guy and you got a cute girlfriend or a bad girlfriend, or you just with a bad chick, or you just get girls, people look at you different. It's gonna give you social clout. It's gonna make you look cool. I mean, it is what it is. 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 Cool. People look at you different. It's gonna give you social clout. It's gonna make you look cool. I mean, it is what it is. As a man, when you're known as someone who attracts women, as someone who pulls bitches, it just gives you that social clout. Well, you know, whether people like to, you know, acknowledge it or not, it is what it is. And if that's something that you care about, you know, that's a benefit. So another benefit to free pussy is that you can make the girls work for you. And I think this is an underrated benefit of free pussy that guys don't really talk about a lot, but it's very real. But I think the thing about it is that oftentimes when guys get into this position, one is it's very few men who are able to do this. And even then, a lot of times when guys are able to do this, it's with less attractive women. But the simple thing, the simple fact is this: men are not the only ones who are paying for sex, right? Now, we might be the ones who are primarily paying for it directly, right? But there are plenty of women out there, and to be fair, they tend to be less attractive women, who in a sense are, you know, I always say boyfriend tricks, but you have these girls who are like girlfriend tricks, right? Where they might be overweight, less attractive in the face, but they still want them, you know, they still want a man. And if they can, they want an attractive man. And so what I've noticed with girls like that is that they'll oftentimes take on the behaviors of a boyfriend trick, in that they'll compensate for not being as attractive as the other girls by being a giver, by being a provider for a man, like paying his bills, buying him Jordans, buying him clothes and shit like that, you know. And it's kind of funny because my mom, she works with a guy who's kind of like he's like a gigolo type dude. And she had told me what he said one time about how he doesn't like dealing with younger women, because something like they cost too much or they want too much. Like, he likes dealing with like older women and shit. But I know why he does that, because older women are more likely to pay him for his company. Again, maybe not directly, but they'll do favors for him, like giving him gas money and shit like that, you know, giving, you know, just little shit here and there, right? And so this is something that typically more attractive men are able to take advantage of, but it comes at a cost too, though, right? Like, this is a pro, but it comes at a cost, and the cost is that typically it's gonna be hard to find attractive women who would do the same thing. This is typically something that only works when there is a significant gap in the attractiveness of the man and the attractiveness of the woman. Because that guy I was just telling you about that my mom works with, like, he's not tall, but maybe like 6 feet tall, and he's very muscular, kind of handsome type guy, right? And that's why he's able to basically play this gigolo game with women, but mostly like older, overweight type women. That's where he finds most of his success, because they see him as being more attractive than that typical guy that they can get with, right? And so it's just funny because it parallels what we see men doing to maintain relationships with cute girls, pretty girls, and whatnot. Now, you could also say that, again, making girls work for you, this is also what pimps tend to do, right? And sometimes you can get more attractive women to do it. I'm just saying that the easiest way to do it is when you're dealing with less attractive women. But it will be considered a benefit, just depending on how you play it. So the last pro is, at the highest level, the cost is near zero, right? And so another thing that I noticed, again, this whole tricking, no tricking debate, tricks will often say, well, everyone pays in one way or another. But I think sometimes they kind of get to ridiculousness when they're trying to like calculate all the costs. Like, they'll say, oh, you put gas in the car, so you paid for the clothes, you spent time. And I think once you start doing that, you're kind of being silly, because you could also make that same argument for the girl, right? Because she had to put gas in her car. She had to buy her clothes. She had to buy her makeup. She had to spend time getting dressed. She had to spend time putting on makeup. She had to spend just as much time with you as you spent with her, right? And so I think once you get to that point of like, well, you bought a great Swisher, and then you had to, right? You had to buy the grinder for the week. Like, you're kind of being silly when you're calculating all these little expenses that you could really place on the woman as well. Right, so would you say the woman is paying when she bought her clothes for the date? You know, again, sometimes they just, like, I get the point, but I think they take it to a level of silliness sometimes just to prove that point, right? And what I'm saying is, again, at the highest level, the cost is near zero. And when I say the highest level, I mean like the true Chads and Tyrones and the very attractive men who can take advantage of being gifted genetically. And I would say even you could also throw like celebrities and wealthy men in there as well. But there's a caveat. It only really works, like what I'm saying only really works if you're able to avoid some of the pitfalls that go along with dealing with free women, right? Like I said, false rape accusations. You might get one pregnant, you're on child support. Like, once you fall into that trap, it kind of undoes a lot of the the whole argument of like free pussy, right? Like, once you get put on child support, like that look, I'll put it like this. Let's say you a Chad who gets easy pussy from attractive women, right? You would say, look, I get it for free, but you get one pregnant, and let's say you balling like you a rapper or something, and so you gotta pay, let's say $10,000 a month in child support, right? As far as the cost, you are not just on the same level as a trick, you are worse than a trick, paying $10,000 a month in child support, right? So that's what I'm saying is like at the highest level, I mean like when you are a high value man who can attract women with ease, but you also have to avoid the pitfalls, you cannot argue that that's not the absolute best position to be in. It is the best, like, to be high value and attractive, but to also know how to avoid the pitfalls that I'm going to lay out next, that you cannot deny. Like that is just the pinnacle of where any man would want to be, because you can get like authentic, real, mutual desire from a woman, love and affection, and a woman who really wants to be with you and shit like that. Right, but with ease, and they're like, come on, that's the highest level right there. So let's talk about the cons of free pussy. So, and this is kind of linked into what I was just talking about. Free pussy can cost way more than tricking, just like I just said. Again, the same example. Let's say you got a rapper. He's attractive, he's famous, he got money. And so he's able to, I got all the bitches, they love me, all these bitches love me, but you get one pregnant, $10,000 a month in child support. You basically like, you worse than a trick now. $10,000, you paying $10,000 a month for some free pussy, bruh. Come on now. and so that's that dark side of free pussy, is that if you get caught up, especially like, and it's not just like getting a girl pregnant, right? It could also be you married her and then you got divorced and now you got to pay out like some big divorce settlement or alimony. Again, it's like at that point you were better off just being a damn trick, right? Because really you married her, you know, you liked her, you loved her, but the sex was a big part of it, right? You wanted consistent access to that booty. That's why you wiped her up. That's why you did this. That's why you did that. And now you're paying out that ass for it when you could have got way more women, way more attractive women for like half the cost or like significantly less than that cost, right? And so, and not just in terms of money, right? Like I said, boyfriend tricking, or even not even like being a boyfriend trick, but just what some women demand as far as like, what you have to do to maintain that relationship, as far as the time you have to invest in her, the bullshit you got to deal with, the energy expenditure, and as well as the money. Again, free girls, free pussy can cost way more than tricking, right? You might get that real love, that real affection, but it can come at a much higher price. And again, the next con, and this is linked into what I was just talking about, requires much more effort to maintain. Now, of course, there are all kind of variables. You know, I was just talking about how tricks to say, well, you had to buy this and do that and then the third. But again, there is some validity there. Like, we're not taking to silly levels. Like, oh, you bought a grape switcher, so you a trick, right? You paid $10 for the bag of weed that you smoked, so you're a trick. Like, that's all right. That's silly. But when you look at, like, just for example, these PUA guys, right? Going around like cold approaching 100, bruh. Like cold approaching 100 women, getting 5 numbers, 4 of them flaked on you, and you managed to have sex with like 4 out of 10. Like, all right, yeah. But that's more on the casual dating side of things. Even within a relationship, though, right? Hold up. Even within a relationship, there's a similar problem where, again, in order for you to maintain this relationship, it's going to require a certain level of investment, whether you're talking about money, whether you're talking about time, the amount of energy you got to put into the relationship, effort, whatever, right? And that's what I mean by, it requires much more effort to maintain, because with just tricking or paying women directly for sex, there's not this expectation for you to maintain any sort of a relationship. Your interactions with her are kind of one-off. So you just kind of do it and you keep it moving. But within the actual relationship, then, you have to, there's a lot more effort that goes into that, right? And man, I see a lot of examples of guys who are just like simped out of their mind, right? And they really, when you really think about it, bruh, it's like they slaving for the pussy. They slaving for it, right? That's their girl, that's their wife, but they slaving for the pussy, bruh. Like they really slaving for that shit. Like, it's not an exaggeration, right? Compared to a guy who's just paying up front, there's some guys out there just slaving. Like they in the cotton field, slaving. That's why, bro, when I see some of these guys with like these big booty fat ass girls, like I don't get jealous, bro. I don't feel envious, because like you don't know, this nigga probably slaving for that big stinking ass. He probably slaving. The shit he gotta put up with, how hard he gotta work to keep her happy and keep that shit going, and still that shit probably be toxic. Goddamn. So another con to dealing with free women is that it exposes you to vindictive, greedy women, right? And so this is something that I kind of touched on before with the whole, tricking allows you to avoid false rape accusations. The thing about dealing with free women or dealing with women in a normal way, again, like I said, women want to feel compensated for the sex that they provide. If they don't feel like your sex for hers is an equal exchange, she's gonna want more. And if she doesn't get that, it's going to encourage her. It's going to encourage her to try to get back at you, right? And that's what I mean by exposes you to vindictive, greedy women. Not saying that sex workers can't be vindictive and greedy, but the simple fact that you're paying them directly, it kind of eliminates the possibility of them not feeling like they were adequately compensated for their time and their services, right? Because they laid it out. Look, this is what I'm giving you. This is what I want in return. But when you're dealing with women in a normal way where these things aren't like laid out, like it's a business transaction, you might have thought, oh, she just wanted to hook up and whatnot, but she wanted more out of the deal, right? She was hoping to get a relationship or a baby or some shit like that. And now she wants to get her revenge. But in her mind, again, it's not revenge. I would go as far as to say that a lot of the times when these women do shit like this, whether it's a false rape accusation or some type of like lie or just trying to tear a man down after hooking up with them, I would actually say, man, in their mind, they probably don't think they did anything wrong. They probably really felt like, this nigga did me wrong for XYZ. Even though it really wasn't like that, they're going to create that narrative in their head. And when you're dealing with women in the normal way, again, not paying them directly, I think that it can really expose you to these type of women, right? Because if you have that type of interaction with them and they don't feel like they benefited from it, that emotion can lead them to spinning this narrative or reframing the events to make it seem like you did her wrong. So this is the final con of free pussy, and is that it's absolute suffering at the lowest or lower levels, right? So this is direct contrast to the final pro or free pussy. At the highest level, the cost is near zero. At the lowest level, it's absolute suffering. When you refuse to be a trick, when you refuse to pay for a pussy, then that means that you got to play the game. You have to rely on your looks, your personality, your money. But I don't mean like paying direct money, but like, okay, I got this nice car money. I have my own house money, right? Or status, fame, etc. And if you're lacking in one or two or three of these areas in any significant degree, which a lot of men tend to be, it's going to be hard for you to attract a lot of women, quality women as well. That's why you see things like the incel, the rise of the incel groups and incel movement, all these male virgins and shit like that. Because the fact is, with all these male virgins, their virginity could be easily solved if they would just pay for it. Think about it. We always talk about all these guys who are virgins, but they could easily lose it if they just open themselves up to tricking. Right? Even myself, if I just say, oh, I'll be a trick, I'll pay directly, dude, I could have lost my virginity years ago, right? So, but again, my situation is different because I don't really give a fuck. So it's cool with me, but a lot of guys aren't like me. A lot of guys, they really want to have a girlfriend. They really want to have a wife. They really want to have sex. But because they're not willing to pay for it, they're just gonna have to. They're gonna have to suffer in the doldrums. they're gonna have to suffer it out, man. But again, a lot of these guys, they would just say that it's not about the sex, it's the validation, or I want real love, real affection, and all that shit too. Which that's valid as well. But yeah, it's at the lowest levels, man. If you're not willing to pay, it's gonna be hard. It's straight up just gonna be hard, especially if you want attractive women. It's gonna be difficult for you. So next, I'm talking about why I wouldn't trick. So I'm sure you guys remember when I did the Night Walk vlog about why I wouldn't pay for sex. And I kind of laid it all out there then, but I have thought about it a bit more lately. And I feel like I really zeroed in on it, because I've looked at it more from different perspectives. And what I noticed with a lot of guys who are pro tricking, who are advocates of tricking, what they'll usually say is, well, everybody pays, so it doesn't matter, right? We all pay, so you might as well just pay directly. And I thought about that. And, I think even when I made the video, one of my subscribers even pointed it out. Somebody pointed it out. And I thought about it, and you know what I realized, bruh? And I might have already said this before, but it's important to lay it out clearly. And it's what I realized, bruh, is it's not really about the money. The reason why I wouldn't trick is not about the money. The money is only part of it, right? But it's the smallest part of it. And at the very core of my reasoning behind not tricking, and I think that it's very important, the way I started that video, when I gave you that paying for friendship example, right? Like that was intentional, because I think that it really helps illustrate how I feel. And I think anyone would agree that paying for friendship is pathetic, right? Whether you ever had to think about, like, just be honest. If anyone told you, look, I don't have friends, so I pay niggas to hang out with me, you would say that's a sad ass nigga. But let's be real, right? But why would you feel that way? Why would you say, man, that's sad, that's lame, right? Because you know there's value in having real friends. There's value in having people who really have your back. There's value in being an individual that, for whatever reasons, is someone that people look at and say, I want to be his friend. I want to hang out with him, right? We don't look at friendship as being something to be bought and paid for. We look at it as something where if it's not authentic, there is no value in it, right? And that's how I look at sex. That's how I look at intimate relationships. If it's not authentic, there is no value in it. But again, that's how I feel about it. And I think that the key difference between me and guys who will trick is that they don't look at sex or intimate relationships the same way they would look at friendships, right? Like there doesn't have to be authenticity. There doesn't have to be mutual respect or mutual desire or mutual love or even attraction. They look at it as, again, this strictly business-like transaction, right? You want my money, I want your body, let's trade, right? And so the whole emotional bonding aspect of it is taken out of the equation. It's all about body for money, body for money, body for money, right? And you know what? I don't know if I can say I respect that, but I can kind of understand that mentality. It's just that I don't have it in regards to that particular thing, right? It's like, if I pay somebody to work on my car, they don't have to like me, right? Because it's all about, look, I want my car fixed, you want my money, fix my car, I give you, right? But there are just certain things that money cannot buy, right? And money cannot buy true friendship. Money cannot buy true love, true attraction, and etc. And I think for me, the way I look at sex, to me, there's no value in it if there isn't also that mutual respect and desire and attraction alongside it. The same thing with friendship. You know, I have no need for fake friends who don't really have my back, who don't really have my best interest at heart, you know. And it's like, even with a friend, right? Let's say, all right, this person is my friend, and I say, let's go bowling, right? But they really don't want to go bowling, but they'll go just to go. I'd rather them not go than to go just to please me, right? Because if we're gonna do something together, I want it to be a mutual desire to do it, right? And that's part of what makes me uncomfortable with the act of tricking, is that if you wanted to have sex with me, you wouldn't make me pay for it. So you don't want to do it, right? And just knowing that you don't want to do it, it's going to make me uncomfortable, right? Like, have you ever been in that situation where you were doing something with someone and you got the feeling like they really didn't want to be there, like they really weren't enjoying themselves, right? Like, I can remember feeling that way when I was playing Madden with one of my friends, because I do not like Madden, football games, sports games. I don't. But I was just kind of entertaining him because he always entertained me by playing like these old fighting games and shit. But I did not want to play that shit at all. And so it was not a fun experience because there wasn't a mutual desire to play that game together, right? He wanted to play it, but I wasn't really into it. And I'm sure there were times when I wanted to play something or watch something and my friends didn't want to do it. But there's nothing like those times spent with people where you're doing something where you both like doing it or love doing it and you just having fun. Those are the best. And I think that for me, if I were to have sex, that's what I want. You know, that's a requirement for me. Like, I want it to be a mutual desire to do it. Like, just like I said in that video, if you don't like me, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. But I'm not going to pay you to be around me, you know, just to kind of, just to get around how you really feel about me, right? You don't like me. That's cool, but stay the fuck back. Like, that's how I, like, it's no way I could pay someone who doesn't like me, who doesn't want to be with me, to enter into my space. I cannot. It's no way. And that's why I just feel like the best way to express that is by giving you that friend example. Because I think that what's happened as far as this whole sex worker thing or paying women for sex thing is that we've kind of put it into this separate space where we've taken the authenticity of attraction or love or even just like out of it, and we just turn it into this robotic thing. Again, body for money, body for money. And if you feel that way, I'm not one to judge, but I'm just saying that that's not me, right? I don't feel that way. I can't separate the two any more than I can separate wanting my friends to really be my friends. You see what I'm saying? Like, I can't, my mind just doesn't work like that. You see what I'm saying? Like, to me, sex is something to be done because there's a mutual desire to do it. The same way when friends hang out or do something together, or family does something together, it's because there's a mutual desire to do it, right? As a father, you spend time with your children not because you're going to be compensated with money. It's because that's your child. You love them. You want to invest in them, right? Your child wants to spend time with you because they love you, right? They feel protected by you. They need you. So again, there's a mutual desire. It's real. It's authentic, right? And so that's how I feel about sex. And I can't put myself in the headspace of separating the act from the authenticity of the desire to engage in that act because of a mutual attraction or desire, right? And again, this is just me, and I don't mean this to discourage guys from tricking, because this is just how I feel about it. For me to do something like that, it has a very foul energy. Foul energy. And it's like, we sit here, we talk about these girls being hoes, they for the streets, they not loyal. We attribute all these negative traits to these women. And again, I have nothing against sex workers, but let's be real. Oftentimes, when we're talking about these girls, a lot of the negative traits that we describe them with would apply to sex, to hoes, sex workers, right? Not because they're bad people, but because they're not for us. You follow me? It's not that they're bad. A woman isn't bad because she's for the streets, but because she's for the streets, she's not for us. And that's why we look at them the way that we do. That's why we talk about them the way that we do, you know. And I think some guys are probably more harsh with their criticisms of women than others. I'm definitely more on the side of, hey, let women do what they want to do. As long as, you know, I'm about just avoiding their fuckery, right? Or avoiding the shit that would have a negative effect on me. But this is my point, is that for all the traits, all this shit that we talk about them, to turn around and to pay them to share your space with them, and not just share your space with them, but to share your body with them, your body, which is your temple, in the most intimate way. I do not understand that. I don't get it whatsoever. I don't get how you could talk about, oh man, these women are Jezebels and this, that, and the third, but then you will pay them to, you're sharing your temple with the Jezebel, right? And I guess when I say that, I'm talking more specifically to like the guys within the manosphere, the red pill space that promote tricking and defend tricking. Again, I'm not against it, but that's something that someone would really have to talk to me about, because I'm more so expressing why I wouldn't do it. And I don't get how you could identify a woman of the Jezebel spirit, a woman who belongs to the streets, a woman who is not for you, has no love for you, no respect for you, no desire to be with you, but then you pay her to join you in the most intimate way. You share your body, your temple with the Jezebel spirit, right? I don't get that. And whatever you want to call it, Jezebel spirit, thoughts, hoes, belong to the streets. Me, the way I see it, it's just a foul energy. It's a foul energy. And I talked about this a little bit when I did the first video talking about this shit. How prostitution is just a compressed version of the marriage divorce scheme, right? And it very much is, because the marriage divorce scheme is, I'm gonna use my sex to get married and then get a lot of money out of this guy. And prostitution is just cutting out all the bullshit and saying, look, okay, I don't like you, but I want your money. You want to fuck real quick? Let's do it, right? But again, it's the compressed version of that. But what I'm saying is, imagine you're that guy that got divorced from your wife, and you see the most nasty, greedy, just vindictive, just vile side of her, and how you would feel about her, right? Because you realize how she always looked at you as a target, as a mark, as a sucker, as something to be taken advantage of, right? Her energy would be foul to you, right? But that's exactly how I look at a sex worker. But again, it's not to say like, oh, you're bad. It's just, again, you're not for me, and you're not for me. And I know you're not for me. So I'm not going to pay to try to force the situation. Look, I get it. You don't like me. So let's just not be like, that's how look, you don't like me. So let's just not even associate. Like, I'm like, why would I try to pay you to force something that's not meant to be? You're not for me. And you're not for me. Come on. Like, let's talk about this. Like, I'm talking to you, sex workers of the world. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to the sex workers of the world. Can we have a real human moment? You're not for me. You don't like me. You don't want to be with me. You just want my fucking money. Let's just be real, right? Can we, like, that's another layer of honesty. You're not for me, and I'm obviously not for you. So let's just not even bullshit ourselves. Let's just not even deal with each other, And I think that's the way it should be. But that's how I look at it, And I'm just not about forcing what's not meant to be. And I feel like when you're paying for sex, you're essentially just, again, you're forcing what's not meant to be. But just to wrap this up, I want to end with this point. Despite everything I just said, and I know I might have sounded critical of the trick, but don't get me wrong. I don't look down on tricks whatsoever. I legitimately don't. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm being honest. When I know a guy is you know, pays directly for sex, like, I don't, cause dude, some of the most alpha, badass, successful men pay for sex, right? Men who are much better than me in every conceivable way will pay. So I don't look down on them at all, right? It's just, for me, it's just something that I wouldn't do because it doesn't feel right for me. But I can't project how I feel onto someone else, right? I can't say, well, I don't feel good about it, so therefore I look. Now, sometimes, you know, there are some things that I wouldn't do that if somebody else does, I'm gonna look at them sideways. Like, I wouldn't rob a bank. If you rob a bank, look, all right, I'll look down on you. That's fucked up. Okay, if you go around just killing people, okay, that's not good. You know, raping bitches, all right, sure. But just truth be told, when I see guys who pay for sex, I don't see that and be like, oh, look at that trick. I really don't feel that way. It's just that for me, it's a very personal thing that it does not feel right to me. You know, it's like for me, it's just like, it's no way I could share my space and body with someone in the most intimate way when I know for a fact they have no love for me, they have no respect for me, right? I mean, if I don't even know you, like if I know you, like, let's say for example, I have a friend and we're cool, but then they bring somebody over and I don't really know them. I wouldn't even want them in my room because I don't know that nigga. You know him, but I don't know him. Look, we're gonna hang out in the living room today because I don't want him in my room seeing all my cool shit, right? And it's no offense. It's just, I don't know you. And so, but the point is to share your body with somebody when you don't even know them like that, when they're a stranger, and then more than likely her spirit is Jezebelian. It's no way, man. It's no way I could do that. But at the same time, I couldn't care less about other guys doing it. I really couldn't. But you know, that's my view on tricking. I really tried to break it down like piece by piece and even give like the pros and cons of like dealing with women the free way. I always got to put that in quotes because free ain't so free sometimes, but you see what I'm saying though. But yeah, man, that was great. That was a great breakdown. I felt like I was really able to get down to the nitty gritty of it. And I hope you guys enjoyed that and took something out of that. You know, I would love to hear your perspective on this as far as like, would you trick? Would you not trick? To trick or not to trick? Right? What are your thoughts on boyfriend tricking? The concept of there is no free pussy. You know, all these things. I would love to hear some feedback on this. Because again, I have no ill will towards guys who trick, none whatsoever. So I would love to hear your guys' perspective on this. And you know, before I wrap this up though, because I talked about the divide within the manosphere, right? And one thing I want to touch on, and I can't stand this shit. It seems like with these different red pill tribes, it seems like guys would disagree on something like tricking, and then that'll be a reason for them not to like each other, right? They'll sneak this and beef over like one or two things that they don't agree with each other on. And I can't stand that shit, you know? I look at so many different people within that space, and there's always something that I don't agree on with every one of them. But it never gets me to a point of like, oh man, like I can't fuck with this dude, like, right? I mean, just for example, one of the new guys I discovered is Black Male Advice. He's very funny, and he's very aware of the let's just say the state of modern women. But he's a guy who leans more towards like traditionalism, and he's obviously very religious. And so he promotes the idea of men, wifing women up and all that. And you guys know how I feel about marriage and wifing hoes up. But I don't look at that and say, oh man, I can't fuck with this dude. Like, no, like that's his position. But he still puts out good content. And I can still vibe with most of the stuff that he talks about. Right, I might not agree with the idea of wifing these, of getting married in today's, in the state of today's world. Hell no. But I'm not gonna look at that one thing and say, I can't fuck with this dude. Or even like Coach Greg Adams, like he's definitely pro tricking, and he's always going in on guys like me who refuse to trick. But I'm not gonna look at that and say I can't fuck with him. It's like, nah, like that's his position. I think we can agree to disagree and even see like valid points in our arguments or our positions and say, you know what, it is what it is. As long as there's a mutual respect and just, live and let live, right? Like I just want to see more guys within the space talk about these things, express themselves without dissing, without trying to tear somebody else down, right? Without saying, he promotes cold approaching, so fuck him, or he promotes tricking, so fuck him, or he promotes marriage, so fuck him. Some people look at Rollo Tomasi because he's married, like, oh man, fuck him because he's married. Like, no, like he be spending some real shit. I mean, he has one of the greatest grasp on like the not just red pill itself, but the history of it and all that shit than just about anyone. But some people look at just because he's married, like, oh fuck him, right? Like, what does he know? But he knows a lot, shit. But all I'm saying is that I want to see peace amongst the various tribes, man. I would love to see peace amongst the tribes of the manosphere, dude. But it seems like it's getting worse and worse. Like as the money is becoming more and more prevalent and bigger, it's like it's becoming more like competitive and cutthroat, But that's a topic for another episode. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And next we're gonna have the TOD and then the comments. So stay tuned. Okay, so let's continue with this episode. Hold up. You might hear some rocketing and ricketing because I'm bringing something up. Hold up. Yeah, so welcome back. And now we're going to do the thread of the day. And this links into the news that I was talking about earlier about Joe Rogan being canceled because he said the no word, the no word. And just this whole issue with him and Spotify and, people being upset because of him and his stance on these vaccine mandates and the vaccine or COVID-19 conspiracies, agendas and whatnot, right? Everybody's upset with him. And I think it's pretty obvious what's going on. Is this whole thing about him saying nigger is or the Planet of the Apes jokes, that's not the issue, right? The issue is his stance on these COVID-19 conspiracies. And it's pretty obvious that he's not standing alongside with the status quo or the mainstream narrative. And when you can't prove somebody wrong, you have to destroy their character, right? If you can't destroy the message, you destroy the messenger. So I know I have some guys who might feel differently than I do when it comes to these conspiracies, but I'm just saying, like, I know you have common sense. I know you have a mind where you can break stuff down and make connections and read between the lines. And what I'm saying is, this is a prime example of doesn't this whole thing seem fishy, right? These clips that have been brought up have been around forever, right? They've already been there. Like, it's there. But now all of a sudden, someone wanted to dig up dirt on Joe Rogan and try to destroy his character and discredit him. Why now? When it's always been there? Why now? Like, do you really think it's a coincidence, right? And so I'm just asking people, whether you agree with me or not, just look at that in of itself and say, right? Because it's fishy. It's very fishy that now all of a sudden Joe Rogan is a racist, even though these clips have been there, you know. And so let's go ahead and dive into this thread, right? But I have to warn you that I found this thread on Poll, right? Because they were one of the few boards that were actually talking about it. So just to be clear, Poll is a very racist, homophobic. What's that word when you hate Jews? What's that shit? Isn't there a word when you hate Jews? I forgot. Damn, what's that shit? Damn, now it's gonna. I forgot, but they hate Jews, right? So just with that in mind, right? Try to filter out the obvious, like, racism. Like, I know this probably doesn't help my point trying to defend Joe Rogan going to Poll of all places. But if you guys are aware of 4chan culture, which you should be if you're watching this podcast, then you know how Poll operates. Poll is a very, very, very offensive, super right-wing board, right? And pretty much anything goes. It's not called politically incorrect for no reason. So I'm just saying, keep that in mind and try to, ride with me here with a filter. Just try to filter out all the bullshit. Because you should know how Poll is, right? But there's also a lot of sense in it, like, there's still a fair bit of reasonableness that can be found there if you look for it. You just gotta filter through the evil, right? So let's just ride with it. Okay, so the OP says, and as you can see in the picture to the left there, Joe Rogan apologizes for using N-word in racist Planet of the Apes story. Why does he keep apologizing? Doesn't he know they would never stop once they've tasted blood? And then the guy below him says, because he has a family and a career and a life and assets. I know a beta male like you has no idea what that's like, though. And as you would imagine, that guy, he got pretty torn up, as you can see through the replies. And somebody replied to him right under him. So you're implying that his assets can be seized if he doesn't apologize for making jokes? And then the guy below him says, I thoroughly enjoy watching him prostrate himself, and he'll probably end up being canceled anyway, despite his best efforts. So there's a lot here already. And I think let's start with the first post. Why does he keep apologizing? Doesn't he know they would never stop once they tasted blood? And from what I understand, this is something that Joe Rogan has already discussed with, like, Jordan Peterson and whatnot. This whole cancel culture and how people trying to apologize and how it doesn't work. It's kind of funny that now he's the one who has the target on his back. And from what I understand, he was acknowledging what the OP is pretty much saying, that apologizing doesn't work. And yet you see him kind of bending the knee, so to speak, and apologizing for saying the word nigger, right? And you know, my thing on this whole phenomenon, like cancel culture and trying to, people apologizing and whatnot. I think that if you know you do something wrong, right, then you should apologize. But I think that this whole like public apology shit is ridiculous, right? Because who are you apologizing to, right? Like that's what I'm saying. It's like what I don't understand is like you're putting yourself out there and apologizing to a bunch of people that you don't know, you've never seen, you've never heard. Like you don't know these people. Like it's so weird to me. Like I can understand apologizing from a stance of like, okay, I did this particular person wrong, right? Like I know this person, I made a mistake, it affected them, I apologize. But I really don't like this idea of these like celebrity public apologies, because it doesn't make sense, because you don't even know who you're apologizing to. You're kind of just apologizing to this mass of faceless people that you don't know. And there's something about that in of itself that I think is very weird. But when you're talking about a white person saying nigger, that's a whole issue in of itself. And my thing, because this is something that I've seen, that we've seen before. What's that comedian's name? What was it? Kramer, where he did like the nigger thing, and then he's been blacklisted since. I ain't seen him since. Then what? Hogan got caught saying nigger or something about black people, and right. And here we have Joe Rogan, right, saying nigger or whatever. And my thing is this: I don't give a fuck about white people saying nigger. I don't give a fuck about straight people saying faggot. I don't, right? I don't care about people. Like, I'm going to tell you straight up, and I'm going to stand on this to the day I die. It's no way it's no way anybody on this planet is going to tell me what word I can and cannot say. It's no way that anybody on this planet is going to tell me what I can and cannot. As a grown ass man, I wish a motherfucker would. Ain't nobody gonna tell me you can't say this word. It's, to me, the whole concept of a word being off limits is ridiculous. Now look, if you take issue, if you're black and you take issue with white people saying that word, then look, that's on you. But don't try to drag me to your level, right? Because I don't give a fuck. I can't find a fuck to give, right? And because I have an understanding of context, right? It's a difference between someone saying nigger and someone being racist. Like, I can say kike all day, but it doesn't mean that I hate Jewish people, right? It's a difference between saying kike and hating Jewish people. It's a difference between saying faggot and hating gays. It's a difference between saying nigger and hating blacks. Right, it's a difference between saying cracker and it context, bruh. And what I'm saying is, and I'm not saying it to say like I'm gonna just go around calling people names because I have the right as a grown man. No, I say that, but at the same time, like, I'm not going to use these words to insult people. And look, unless you coming at me with that heat. Then it's fair game. But I'm not going to, like, I might say faggot, but I'm not going to say faggot to someone who's gay for the purpose of trying to demean them for their sexuality. I'm not going to say nigger to someone who's black for the sake of saying, oh, you're bad because you're black. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's context. And I think that's something that it really bothers me, that people can take something out of context and then just run with it, right? And so when I see this, oh, Joe Rogan says N-word, I don't get bent out of shape, because it's like, oh, well, he's obviously not a now, as far as I know, right? But come on, the dude has a half black daughter. Well, he's a stepfather to a half black daughter. I mean, come the fuck on, you like people. Right? And so that's what, like, I don't care if a white man says nigger. Are you racist? Right? I don't care if somebody says faggot. Do you just hate people because they're sexual? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what's like, no, what is it really? Right? And I think just this whole concept of words being off limits, I think that it's one of those things that it can be taken to an extreme, right? Like, at what point is it gonna be, oh, you can't say bitch, you can't say fuck, you can't say cunt, you can't say, you know what I'm saying? Like how far does that go? And so my whole mentality, and really I think this whole no word culture shit, I think it's just another example of how our culture and our society has been more feminized, right? Because instead of saying, look, grow thicker skin, don't get bent out of shape over words, just like that Dave Chappelle special, sticks and stones, because sticks and stones might break. Like when I was growing up, that's what we were taught. Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words would never hurt me, right? But now we're at the point where it's like, oh, words hurt me. So let's ban words. Let's stop mean, you know. And my mentality is more on the masculine side of just you know, grow thicker skin, deal with it. Life sucks. Like that's my mentality, right? But I just wasn't raised to be that goddamn sensitive about people saying words, especially shit taken out of context. Now, if you could find a secret, like look, if they dropped a secret conversation where Joe Rogan was like a hidden conversation where it's like, bro, I gotta be real with you. I can't stand black people. I hate niggers. My half black daughter, goddamn, I want to hang her from a tree. I'm a cuck. Now, if that drops, oh damn, like I'm like, damn, Joe, fuck. I can't fuck with you. But obviously, what they just took him saying the word nigger out of context and making jokes and shit and then running with it. And like I said, I don't worry about shit like this. Like, I don't care about your jokes. I don't care about the words you use. Like, are you racist? That's what I care about. Oh no, then I'm fine. Keep going. But I'm telling you, bro, I stand on that shit. So that's why you would never see me like criticizing a white man was caught saying. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I say that to all my African brothers, my sisters. If you want to fight that battle, you gonna fight that shit without me, because I don't give a fuck what words come out of another motherfucking mouth. I cannot find a fuck to give, and I don't even see how y'all get so bent out of shape about it. If you don't like it, just don't watch them. Don't fuck with them. And so the guy underneath the OP said, because he has a family and a career and a life and assets, I know a beta male like you has no idea what that's like though. I don't know if I got the particular post that respond. He got a lot of responses because that was, you know, on poll. That's like, whoa, right? But why does my shit keep turning off? But there was a guy who replied to him and was basically talking about, like, you know, principles and shit like that. And that's basically how I feel about what he said, is that when you have principles, that's supposed to come over everything, right? Even if you have a family, even if you have kids and all this shit and a career, you don't give up on your principles, right? No matter what, because principles are the backbone of what keeps righteousness thriving. Principles are I mean, essentially what this guy is saying is that it's okay to do what's wrong. It's okay to do what you don't believe in if it's for the sake of maintaining your career and the stability of your family. And that's just something that I've never agreed with. You know, I think that no matter what, principle always has to come first. You know, if I had kids, I would teach them the same thing, you know, and But it's a different mindset. And I think that when maybe it was in the book, The Manipulated Man, I think Esther Villar was kind of talking about how married men get preference as far as like getting promotions in corporations because, you know, the boss knows that, okay, this guy, he needs this job. So he's not going to be he's not going to just up and run or do something. And so I think the whole point of that is what I'm saying is a lot of guys, when you're in that position where you have a family and a career that you want to preserve, you know, you will limit yourself as far as expressing yourself. You'll make compromises, and you might even give up on or put some of your principles in your back pocket just for the sake of maintaining that. And again, everybody has a different mindset pertaining to that, but I'm definitely one who's of the mindset that principles always have to come first. You know, because if you let people hold your career or even your family over your head to make you do what's essentially wrong or what you don't believe in, you know, then what kind of man are you to begin with? And then that guy says, I thoroughly enjoy watching him prostrate himself, and he'll probably end up being canceled anyway, despite his best efforts. So far, he seems to be solid. Like it doesn't seem like it was too bad. Like they definitely tried, but we'll see. Not enough time has really passed. But the thing is, I know that they've taken down like almost 100 episodes of his podcast from Spotify. So it's definitely having some sort of an effect. And so this guy says he's going to be canceled because of it. Normal people will lose all respect for him for kneeling to the angry woke crowd, and they will stop watching him. Now, I think that might be too extreme. I think Joe Rogan at this point, he's just so big, like he's not going to lose any like a major portion of his audience over this. But I think like some people are going to just lose respect for him because, you know, he bent the knee. He bent the knee. And he basically went along with, look, it's not okay for me to say certain words. And if that's how he feels, that's cool. But like I just broke down, bro, that's something that I'm very much against. Again, I wouldn't advise white men to say nigger under any circumstances, but I would never say you can't do it. Like it makes no sense to like. Let me just give you an example, right? Let me just give you an example. Every now and then, I'll see like this YouTuber and they'll say nigger, right? But it'll be like within the context of it, it'll make sense. It's not like they're saying nigger for the sake of offending. It's like they're explaining some sort of like historical event or something, like some philosophy or some shit like that, and they would say it. And they would, again, it's not to say nigger as in I hate blacks. It's just like that's part of him explaining a particular idea or event. And I hear that and I'm not like, oh shit, oh no, he said right. And so I think that's the proper use of nigger, or even you could be like a white person critiquing this event and saying, oh, Joe Rogan's in trouble because he said nigger, right? And like, again, I'm not gonna get bent out of shape because he's just explaining what happened. He's not saying, oh, I hate the niggers. He's saying Joe Rogan said nigger, which is a fact, right? But we're at the point now where white people they have like, oh, the N word, like, I can't stand that shit. I can't stand it. Like, it's so stupid. I can't stand. Like, how did we get here? How did we? I really cannot. Like, I despise that shit. I can't front. I can't front with you. I despise that shit because I feel like if someone were to tell me I can't say a particular word, and again, I can understand like. If you don't like me or you're upset because I intentionally use my language, my vocabulary to offend, like, oh, fuck them niggers, fuck them kikes, fuck them, I get that. But if I'm just saying it as in like a joke, right? Or like that, who was it? That white basketball player who said kike when he was like mad at a video game or something. Again, like, taking this shit out of context. Okay, he said it, but does he hate the Jews? No, then I don't give a fuck. But we're at this point where it's just like, oh, you can't say the no. I can't. Ooh, that shit is so feminine. I swear, bro, I can't stand that shit. It's so bitch ass. I can't. Oh God, that's why I had to talk about this shit, because this is something that's been on my mind for a long time, bro. I can't stand that shit. I mean, it reeks of bitch assness. For you to be bent out of shape as a man because another man said a no word. Like, that shit is like second grade. What the fuck? Damn. But this is our culture. And there's no way I'll go. Dude, I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I stand on this shit 100%. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what nobody do. It's no way in hell you gonna get me like that. Say what the fuck you want. Kiss my ass. I wish somebody would tell me what word I can't. Ain't no way. And I can't believe people go along with this shit. But, you know, as a part of me saying that, I have to accept, you know, if I can say what I want, white men can say what they want, Asian men can say what they want, right? Because I can't be hypocritical about it and say, well, you can't say it. Nah, right? But again, if they're using it for the express purpose to offend and express hatred for a particular group, all right, then I understand. Right? But it's all about the context. And yeah, this was the guy that I was talking about. You shouldn't pretend to have principles if you're willing to throw them out of the window to ensure your sperm spawn continue to live comfortably in the Jew dystopia. Now, again, I told you, like, Pole is right. So just ignore the Jew part, right? And let's just filter that out. But what he's trying to say, though, is that you shouldn't pretend to have principles if you'll just sweep them under the rug for the sake of comfort and not rocking the boat, right? If you have principles, you stand on that shit no matter what. It goes back to that old saying, death before dishonor. You know, nothing in this world should prevent you from. There is nothing in this world that should scare you or convince you to trade your honor or your principles for any sort of comfort or anything like that, right? And, you know, that's something that I really agree with, but I'm not trying to say that like I'm just this super honorable, hard motherfucker, because, dude, this is something that I meditate on almost every day, bro. Like, because I know that it's not easy to always stand up for your principles. You know, it's not always easy to do the right thing in the face of public ridicule, in the face of losing out on opportunities, in the face of being harmed or even killed. It's not easy. And so as I go throughout life every day, this is something that I think about. You know, I always reflect on and meditate on developing the strength that might be necessary one day for me to stand up for my principles, and even if it means death, you know, like that's some serious shit. And I had to really think about, because it's no easy thing to live by the code of death before dishonor, right? That's some serious shit. And I'm not even going to sit here and act like I'm big and bad. Like, me, I'm death before night. Nah, like I look at it as an ultimate goal, right? Of being a man strong enough to live by that, you know? So I work every day. I reflect on this. This is something that I think about just about every day. Right? Because I realize myself that if all it takes is never mind the threat of death and bodily harm, but worrying about what people think, Spotify money, Spotify contracts, that's all it takes for you to bend the knee and spread your butt cheeks wide open for the world to fuck you. Like, that's all it takes. Then what hope does the world has? What hope does the world have when men are that fucking weak, right? Like, there has to be like somebody has to have backbone. Somebody has to be willing to fight and die for what's right or what they believe in. If everybody's so scared of, oh, my Spotify contract and I'm going to get canceled on Twitter, if that's where we're headed, then goddamn, dude, we're fucked, right? And so that's why I truly believe that, you got to put principles first, because if men don't hold the line, then the structure of our societies is just going to completely crumble. And I know like this one event here isn't like some big thing that's going to decide the fate of of America or the world, but I think that it is a sign of this larger issue where people are just so fearful of being canceled and trying to go along, get along. What the fuck they call the go along, get along gang? Like that shit is real. Everybody just going along whatever because they're afraid of facing down the status quo or what's considered politically correct or mainstream. Like, and it's like, I know I can't go out like that. So this guy says, it's pretty amazing seeing them coming for him since the Robert Malone interview. He really fucking rocked the boat with that one, and now they're gunning for him both barrels. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though, bro. Like, this shit is not a coincidence. This is not a coincidence. Like, this is completely intentional, right? Because this footage, these clips have always been there, but now Joe Rogan is racist. Oh, now we found out he said the N-word, right? I'm just telling y'all, whether you agree with me or not, connect the dots. Why now? Why after the Robert Malone interview, right? You don't see Robert Malone on CNN. Why won't they interview him? If they know what's right and wrong so motherfucking bad, then why won't they interview his ass? Why won't they interview some of these guys who have a contrary opinion to this whole COVID-19 hysteria and the vaccines? Why won't they do that? Right? If you're right, you would not be afraid to debate these people. Right? You would not be afraid to have them on your platforms, but they won't, right? Because he is a massive pussy. Somehow people assume he is some alpha mastermind when he is just an idiot. If he would bring a flat earther to flap his jaws for a few hours, he would go like, wow, that's kind of true. Never thought it that way, without questioning any bullshit. Now, I had to call this guy out because that's absolutely wrong. Now, I don't watch Joe Rogan a lot nowadays, but I always remember when he had, I forgot that guy's name, but he was kind of going along like, I don't want to misconstrue his stance, but he was kind of defending the flat earthers. I was about to say the black earthers. I'm a black earther, but he was kind of defending flat earthers. Earth is a weird word to say. He was kind of defending flat earthers. And Joe was very critical. Like they were really going head to head. I wish I remembered. He's a guy that's up there a lot too. Damn, but I forgot his name. But yeah, he was kind of defending the flat earthers. Again, I say that loosely because it wasn't like he was kind of adamant about it, but it seemed like his position was more so like they've lied to us about so many things. Why not this, right? And Joe was trying to break it down to him like scientifically, like, oh, like when you look at the shadow reflected from the moon, it proves, and the horizon with the like he was trying to break down like scientifically why the earth isn't flat. But I just wanted to call that out because that's very much not true. Joe will call motherfuckers out. I think the thing more so what he's talking about is that Joe Rogan has a lot of, let me adjust the mic real quick. Joe Rogan has a lot of different people on his show who are experts in many different fields. And Joe Rogan doesn't have a high level of understanding of many of these fields that these people come on to discuss at an expert level. And so, yeah, he'll kind of just go along sometimes like, oh, yeah, okay, I get it. I understand. Yeah, wow, that's kind of true. Never thought of it, right? He does do that. But that's what I've noticed. And again, I haven't watched him in a while. But what I've noticed is that he typically does that when he's talking to someone who is discussing something that's kind of out of his field of understanding. Right. And so they're presenting him with ideas that to someone who doesn't really understand it, you know, you kind of catch bits and pieces of, oh, okay. Oh, yeah. And I think that's really what he's talking about. But I've seen Joe will call motherfuckers out. And if he disagrees, so I just wanted to defend Joe on that particular point because he will. I just think that he deals with so many different experts that know a lot about things that he doesn't. He kind of has to just kind of go with the flow a lot of times. So this guy says, imagine moving to Kenya and declaring that the Swahili word for white is now forbidden and only white can use it. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's silly, bro. Like, for me, all I care about is context. That's all I care about. As all I care about is the context. And I think because the fact is, look at, like, just as a good example, look at what happened with Busy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony and Juicy J from 3 6 Mafia when they had the verses, right? Juicy J told Busy Bone to suck his dick and Busy Bone went off, right? Now, he didn't call Busy Bone a beaner or a nigger or whatever, right? Because, I mean, they're both black, but I think Busy got like some Mexican in him. So I don't know what the fuck he is, but what I'm saying was like, he didn't use one of these no words. He just said, suck my dick, right? And that's acceptable. Like you wouldn't get canceled for saying suck my dick. But it set Busy Bone off. Why? Because it was directed at him to disrespect and insult him, right? And so he went the fuck off. And so what I'm saying is, it's not the word itself that's bad. It's how you use it. Like, are you using it as a weapon to demean and degrade and insult someone? That's the problem. The problem isn't saying nigger. The problem isn't saying faggot. The problem isn't saying kike. The problem is when you use it towards someone as a weapon, as a means to demean and insult them. Because then you're expressing a hatred or dislike for someone for unreasonable reasons, right? Their skin color, their sexuality, their religion, right? And that's what I don't agree with. But to just say it within the context of it where it's not meant to insult or offend, again, I think that that's something for me, I can accept that. I can live with that because I do that, right? I'll just say, I'll say bitch ass motherfucker all day. But if I say it to someone and I mean it, then I got to deal with the consequences of that. Like, it's a world of difference. And so this guy says, LOL, he apologized and caved to the woke mob. As someone who's been watching him since 2011, my respect for him has plummeted. I thought Joe was the type to never back down to this bullshit. He didn't have to apologize for anything. He could have just said, instead of saying the N-word, I would just say nigger, but I never used it to attack black people or something. But now he's bent the knee and they'll probably come at him with more shit. But dude, exactly. Instead of saying the N-word, I would just say nigger, but I never used it to. That's exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. It's a difference, right? It's the context of, and this, I would never forget. Rest in peace to the late great Patrice O'Neal. But there was one of those shows where he was talking about this, well, something similar to this, and he was saying, what happened to context, right? And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, what the fuck happened? It's about context, right? Or at least that's what it's about to me. I don't understand it, this concept of someone saying a word and then now all of a sudden you can't handle it. Like, you just, oh Lord, you falling out. You ready to fight. And he ain't said it to you. He ain't said it to nobody. He just said it. Oh yeah, nigger, right? Whatever. Now I don't know the context of what he was saying. I would love to know the context. But still, again, it's a difference. It is a difference, bro. It's a big difference. And I think that that we have to understand that. And I just believe that going into this direction where it's like you can't say a word no matter what, I just don't like that. That just doesn't seem right to me. Oh shit. So this guy says, you don't get it, fuckface. He's opened the floodgates by apologizing. He's still public enemy number one with the big target on his back. In next month's episode, he might say something that offends the woke mob, and then they'll lash out at him again and demand an apology. And like a good boy, he'll do it because he doesn't want to offend his handlers. And see, that's why this whole apologizing thing is very dangerous. And again, I'm not saying don't apologize. If you fuck up, you should apologize. But again, I'm not with this celebrity like mass of no, I'm not with that shit because that's weird. You cannot do. Who are you apologizing to? You don't know these people. And so I'm not with that. I'm not with these like public these public. I'm not with that shit, right? I would rather like maybe talk about it or something like that, like what happened and explain it. But to just these public apologies, it never sits right with me. It never, like, okay, I can see if you ran over somebody, like I was drunk driving and I ran over, but even then your apology is meant for the person you ran over. So that's what's so weird about it, right? Because I think it is important to know, to be humble and to know, okay, I made a mistake. Let me apologize to this person to express my sorrow and understanding that I did wrong, right? But to just, again, these mass apologies just it's hard for me to explain it, but it doesn't sit right with me. It does, like, just, I don't know you niggas. I don't know y'all. I ain't seen y'all. I'm apologizing to you for it. But, just like you said, it opens the floodgates though, because now you've given them an opening to your asshole. like once you bend over and you spread them, because that's what you're doing. You're bending over and you're spreading your cheeks. And when you do that, somebody's gonna fuck you. It's inevitable. You all up in the shower, butt cheeks spread, and you think nobody's gonna like this. Don't do that. Don't come out here butt cheeks spread open. Again, apologize to the one or two people that you might have like directly offended if you whatever you did, right? But this mass apology shit is too dangerous, bro, because you just opening your whole soul up to be attacked. And then this guy says, modern life is awful. Everywhere has the same feeling as being called into the school principal's office. You can't even make jokes anymore. Even friends and family feel like a board meeting. How the fuck did it get this bad? It wasn't like this 20 years ago. Yeah, exactly, man. It's a different culture, man. It like shit is just so love. And when I say this, I don't want this to sound like a jab against like women or femininity itself, but like when I look at stuff like this, it just feels like a feminizing of our culture. That's what it all kind of seems like, where it's like, oh, mean joke, bad joke, send him to the principal's office, cancel him, you know, and instead of telling the other side, look, man, it's just a joke, bro. It ain't a big deal. Like, stop crying. You'll be okay. It's just a joke. He put hands on you, slap the taste out his mouth. Right? Like that's how we were raised. Like we weren't raised to get bent out of shape over jokes and he said something about my mama and shit. I don't know, bro. That shit is crazy. This guy says he sold his soul to Spotify. He's obligated to bend his knee and apologize. He's a fucking sellout and deserves everything coming to him. And he could have just stayed independent. And you know, I wonder how much of that is this goes back to the Spotify deal. You know, because I'm not gonna say Joe never seemed like the type to do something like this. I'm not gonna go that far. But I do wonder if this had something to do with the Spotify deal, because that's a lot of money on the table. And I would imagine that part of that deal was, hey, don't get caught up in some type of cancel culture bullshit. You do, then all bets are off. They already taken off like over 100 of his videos from the service. So you got to wonder if that's part of it, you know, and you know, just to bring up something that Patrice O'Neal talked about again, I remember when he was talking about operating in Hollywood, right? And he called it the beast. And the way he was kind of breaking it down was the like show business, Hollywood, all that, that's the beast, right? And it'll pick you up and give you your shine. Everybody wants the beast to pick them up and give them that shine, right? But in the end, you're in the claws of the beast. And the same way that beast can elevate you to superstardom, it'll eat you and shit you the fuck back out, right? And I forgot who he used as an example. Was it Charlie Sheen, or was that like after he died? Who was it? He or Mel Gibson. I forgot who, but he was using somebody as an example. But you see it all the time in Hollywood, how these people are like again, Michael Jackson is a perfect example, right? The king of pop, right? Like just king of pop, Thriller, Off the Wall, top of the world, right? And at some point, the beast says, okay, I'm gonna eat you. Chews them up, shits them out. Now you're a pedophile, right? And you see this happen so often. And so the way he was explaining it, and again, you gotta go find this clip somehow, because I'm sure I'm kind of fucking it up. But the gist of what he was saying was, he doesn't deal with the beast to like the highest level. Was saying like, you know, he might mess around with the beast, but you don't want to go all the way, because the further up you go, the worse it's gonna be when the beast shits you out, basically. And so he said he doesn't tangle with the beast like that. And I think that with Joe, when he got this Spotify deal, that's him in the belly of the beast. I mean, that's what it is. Like, that's $100 million Spotify deal. Like, that's the beast. Like, now you in there. You right there in the jaws of the beast. And so the point is that when you're fucking around with the beast, you have to do what the beast wants, right? Because you're just this little man in the jaws of the beast. As long as you do what you're told and what you're supposed to do, everything is fine. But the second you act up, the second you don't go along with a particular agenda, or you do something that's deemed inappropriate, the beast is going to chew you up and shit you out. And that's why Patrice was talking about not getting involved with the beast at that high level, right? And I think he even specifically said, like, I only deal with low-level Jews or some shit like that. It was crazy, man. But it's a lot of truth to what he was saying. And it's like, the further along you go in show business in Hollywood, right? Somebody, I don't care. Somebody is gonna have a claw in your back, ready to put you down to the mouth, chew you up, and then shit you out. Now Dave Chappelle is like the opposite example, right? Where you notice that he walked away from this, like, never forget, right? Dave Chappelle walked away from, I believe, $50 million with the Chappelle Show. Everybody thought he was crazy. But looking back, what you realize is that Dave Chappelle was walking away from the beast. He was walking away from the beast. He went back to obscurity. He grinded. He perfected his craft. And he was able to elevate himself to a high level again, but standing on his own 2 feet, not relying on the beast. You see what I'm saying? And because of that, not only is he regarded as being the best comedian of our era, I mean, I would go as far as to say, like, Dave Chappelle is like what Richard Pryor was for the 70s and early 80s, or what Eddie Murphy was to the late 80s. That's what Dave Chappelle is like. He's the best doing it right now, bar none. Right? But he was able to do it without the beast. He walked away from the beast, man. And so what I'm saying is, bro, you gotta be careful about dealing with that beast. And so I have to wonder if this decision to do these public apologies and shit, how much that has to do with his Spotify deal. Because with that, I think it's fair to say, like, he's in the belly of the beast. So this person says, I watched a lot of my normal down-to-earth friends and family completely lose their mind during the 2016 election. I saw it on social media too, which is around the time I deleted all of mine. People just becoming angry and nasty over the dumbest things. And it was always spurred on by the liberal and left-leaning people. They'd take any opportunity to attack and bully and harass anyone that didn't think like them, and were always agitating everything. I remember the same shit. I remember at the Trump one, like, I can distinctly remember I was talking with my best friend about Trump, right? We were having a discussion about Trump, and I wasn't, and still aren't, a Trump supporter, but I was kind of calling out how it was ridiculous how the media was just piling on Trump and saying all these ridiculous things about him, right? And, you know, me and my friend, we tended to be on the same accord with a lot of things, right? And even with this, it kind of seemed like I felt like initially, like, he would kind of get where I was coming from, right? But, you know, I like to dig and prod and kind of see where people's minds are at. And I was able to get something out of him. And he was like, dude, Trump is retarded. Literally retarded. And I was like, dude, like, you understand, like, no, like, Trump he's not retarded. Like, he's not clinically retarded. I'm like, dude, what I'm saying is, like, my friend was literally trying to tell me that Trump was, like, retarded, and not like retarded as in like oh, just a random insult. Like, he's retarded. I'm saying, dude, you don't become a million billionaire by being clinically retarded. I don't know many clinically retarded motherfuckers that make millions of dollars and run multiple successful businesses and become an icon and one of the biggest, most famous people in the country. It doesn't happen. And again, I'm telling you, he's not saying it like, oh, retarded as in an insult. Like, literally, he's trying to convince me that Trump is retarded. And what I'm saying is, that's the power of, like, that media brainwashing, was that even my friend, who I always looked at as being someone of sound mind, bought into, like, these ideas of Trump being a clown, a retard, the Antichrist. Like, he bought into that shit. And I was like, wow, like, you supposed to have some sense. Like, I get it. I'm not saying you should like him. I'm not saying he doesn't say some dumb shit. But to say he's retarded, you gotta understand, bro. Like, he's not retarded. You just don't like him. Like, let's be real. You don't don't try to convince me that this man is clinically retarded because you don't like him. You don't like him. Just say, I don't like him. Right? He's an asshole. He says dumb shit. But no, it's gotta be the extreme. And oh, goddamn, dude. Shit is just crazy, bro. So this guy says, now this guy is defending Joe, and I think this is the interesting take here, so let's check it out. He knows the apology is strategic, both of them. Rogan supporters aren't changing their mind. Rogan haters aren't changing their minds. He's doing what he's supposed to do at every turn, and the cancellation attempt doesn't stop. He's going through the steps of proving that his attackers aren't motivated by their stated reasons. He hosts dangerous people like Alex Jones. All right, let's have drinks with Alex Jones and show everyone how crazy and fun he is. He hosts far-right people, gives platform to Bernie, and publicly endorses him for president. He doesn't host pro-vaccine people. All right, send me the CNN doctor and I'll publicly embarrass him for his lies. You said racist stuff. All right, here's an apology. Also, I've had Daryl Davis on and a black stepdaughter, so go screw. He's playing by their rules and wins it every time. Joe is a jujitsu guy. He knows that overwhelming force is often a mistake. Every single narrative they throw at him, he counters slowly and in steps. This isn't some 4D chess thing. He just takes the option that leaves him the most options in the future. Leftists that know about the Bernie thing can't call him right wing. So who does that leave calling him right wing? Dumb leftists and liars. He's creating media filters that produce honest allies and incompetent or dishonest enemies. He's a hell of a lot better navigating this media environment than people realize. And so I think that's a very insightful, interesting post that he made. Because even now, with everything that's going on, when it first happened, I thought like, okay, this might be bad, but it's already kind of fizzling out as far as like what I know, right? But look at what he said. Joe is a jujitsu guy. He knows that overwhelming force is often a mistake. Now, see me, I'm the overwhelming force guy, right? I'm gonna say faggot. I'm gonna say nigger. That's me. Like I'm ready to die. That's me. But you gotta give Joe credit, because if what this guy says is true and he's not just pulling shit out of his asshole, then I gotta give respect where respect is due. Because if Joe can masterfully navigate and maneuver his way around these attacks and still end up in a good spot where he can, continue to express himself honestly, then whatever, right? But again, who knows, right? Because it's still kind of like this whole thing is still like a week or two old. It's been bubbling up because Joe has been making his stance more and more clear. He's always been on the side of like really, when I look at him and how he's expressed himself as far as these COVID-19 conspiracies, these vaccine mandates and all that, I'm not surprised. When I look at most of the people that I've been following along my journey of self-development and trying to understand the world, 99% of them feel the same way that I do about this. So I wasn't surprised that he took this stance. It's just that Joe is the biggest one, right? Joe has a humongous platform compared to a lot of the other guys that I follow. Someone like Coach Greg Adams, for example, which is like my favorite red pill content creator. Like, he has the same stance, but he's not as big, so he can say it and then nothing's gonna happen because he doesn't have a big platform. But someone like Joe, when he expresses it, it's totally different, especially because of his power within the industry to get these experts on his show, right? He got the guy from CNN. He got Robert Malone. Like, that's big time. So he's in a completely different level than the average content creator, right? And so, I would love for this to be true. So I'm going to keep watching that. But because I'm an overwhelming force guy. Like, I would die about mine. I'll let all this shit go. Fuck the YouTube chat. Fuck everything. Like that. Oh, man. But, it is what it is. So I hope you guys enjoyed that thread of the day. Let's hope that Joe Rogan is able to survive this, because I still got a lot of love for the guy, even though he apologized. I can't, even though I've said all this, I can't project how I feel onto him. Maybe he wouldn't agree with me that, you should be able to say whatever words you want to, as long as you're not using them as a weapon, right? Maybe he wouldn't agree with me on that. Maybe that's just me. That's why I feel a certain type of way about it. So I don't want to say that or express that to throw him under the bus. Maybe he does feel like he did something wrong. And if that's the case, then whatever. I'm just expressing that me personally, I don't agree with this idea of words being off limit. But I do agree with the idea that you shouldn't use these words for the sake of offending or hurting people Unless they came at you with the smoke. Then I don't give a fuck. If they come at you with the smoke, then give it to them. But other than that, you know, that's how I feel about it. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And next we're going to do some comments. So stay tuned. Okay, so let's do some comments and then we're gonna get out of here. So Redo says Chad really went to ranting about single mother to abolishing welfare state. Dude, I'm just saying, think about it. The worst neighborhoods, the ghettos, the hoods, the projects where it's all the dope dealing and killing and prostituting, and what are the two things they all have in common? High concentration of single mothers and government assistance. Dude, it's right there. And I say that as someone who has benefited from the welfare state, you know, because I was raised in the projects, went to the country, came to the city. But, you know, I've always been around these areas, you know, and, you know, I was on food stamps. I had food stamps in my name, had my own card. So, I've benefited from the welfare state. But I can also connect the dots and understand that, you know, this whole welfare state thing has had a humongous negative effect on a lot of communities, because it's one of those things where it creates like this new underclass that just becomes completely reliant and dependent on government assistance, right? And one of the worst effects of it is that it destroys the family unit, because what it essentially does is create a situation where you can have mothers with children who don't need a father or man in the house, because the government will act as, part provider, right? Oh, here's a place for you to live. Here's some food. Here's a little money. Here's a benefit. Here, you see, and it's just, I'm not gonna go. Look, if you want to hear my whole breakdown, go check out that episode of the Botcast, because I think I did a good job presenting my case. But I'm just saying, man, every hood, project, ghetto, single mothers, government assistance. Orange Smile says, on a Risky Mosaic beat, your beat only music is nostalgic and always puts a smile on my face. You're my favorite music artist. Oh, woo. And you know, I know I haven't been dropping a lot of beats recently. It's just that I got my toes in so much shit, streaming and finishing up drill music and podcasts. I'm doing videos now, but I'm just, and then, you know, I got my part-time job, working out, reading. It's so much to do. But I'm really loving it. Like, just every day trying to figure out how to fit everything into the day, into the week, into the month. I really love this shit. And I foresee a point where everything kind of comes together and I'm able to give everybody what they want consistently. You know, I know some guys, they want the beats. Some guys want the songs. Some guys want the streams. Some guys want the video game streams. Like, everybody kind of wants something different. The anime reviews. And I'm working towards getting everything out consistently. It's hard putting everything together, but, you know, I love hearing stuff like that. Haha with a story mark says, on the Escape from the Hood episode of the Botcast, thanks for replying to my MGTOW comment. Your enthusiasm and happiness at being who you are is uplifting and inspiring. Keep up the great work and look forward to the next one. Yeah. I'm glad I can inspire others. But yeah, that's for me, man. I swear, rule number one is being myself. Cause when I think back to when I was a teenager, when I was a kid, like, I really just felt like a leaf in the wind. I didn't give a fuck about myself. I didn't care about nothing really, bro. Like, I was just eating junk food, playing video games. But I think that the moment when I really started to like myself was the moment where I had internally decided that you know, no matter what, even if the whole world turned its back on me, I would always love myself, you know. And I wasn't just saying that, I really felt that, because even though at that point I was still like way fucked up, there was something there, right? I felt that I was a diamond in the rough. And I know that sounds so cliche, but I really felt that. And that's where that feeling and that promise came from, was that I felt something within myself that was great and that I love, and I just latched onto that. And it was so beautiful that I knew like nothing anyone else could say or do to me would make me turn my back on that. Like and that's, to this day, I think that's the foundation of who I am. That's why I always say being myself is my number one priority, because that's like, I didn't care about life. I didn't care about myself until I decided that. I didn't really care about anything until I acknowledged, you know what? I like me, right? I like E-Man. I like Emmanuel. And I'm a ride or die with this nigga. And so that's just the foundation of who I am. And I can't tell other people how to think or view themselves, but I always say, bro, like if you believe in having a code or principles, for me, rule number one has always been just be yourself. Just be and love yourself, bro. So Tactical Apathy says on the same video, what are your thoughts on the Black Women Divest movement and the Black Man SYSBM movement? Save yourself, Black man. Perhaps the best thing for the community is to separate from each other. God damn. I've never heard of the Black Women Divest movement, but I have heard of SYSBM because I've heard Coach Greg Adams talk about it. He's mentioned it like a few times. And yeah, it's save yourself, Black men. You know, I think it's absolutely true. I think this whole idea of trying to save the community, I think is foolish. It's like trying to save the Titanic. Like and I think a lot of it has to do with the points that I brought up in my particular video, that particular Botcast, about, you know, what's really causing the Black community to suffer and degrade so much. I think a lot of it are just things that it seems like a lot of people aren't willing to confront. You know, a lot of people aren't willing to get out of this mindset of, okay, let's vote for Democrats because they give us the most benefits. They give us all this welfare and make all these promises, right? A lot of people don't want to confront women as far as, you know, their mate selection practices, right? Maybe you shouldn't shoot, like just look at all the shit that Kevin Samuels get just for telling women, hey, maybe you shouldn't date gangbangers and drug dealers, right? And people want to call him all kind of names just for saying simple shit like that. I mean, I understand his delivery method is kind of abrasive, right? But it's very simple. Look, stop reproducing gangbangers. But people don't want to have that conversation. People don't want to talk about that. People don't, because then you gotta confront, you know, the beast of female mate selection, right? And so yeah, I completely agree, because it's like people don't really want to confront the major issues that are going to always keep these communities held back. And you know, I even talk to my mom sometimes about stuff like this. Like I'm telling her, like, okay, like the whole thing about the welfare state and the Democrats and Biden and this and that, and it'll seem like she's listening to me. Like, okay, she's like, I'm getting through to her. But then I'll hear her talking to my sister or other women, and it's like she's right back in that same mindset of thinking that Biden is gonna save the day, and right. And it's like I'm just talking to a wall. And so yeah, I do think that the solution is not to try to save these communities, at least not like from the inside out. I think what we're seeing in particular with the Black manosphere, with these guys, because you look at these different guys who have kind of risen to the top of the barrel, what you'll notice is that a lot of them, regardless of where they came from, they're either moving towards or have already put themselves in like better situations as far as like finances, their where they live and whatnot, and they're trying to give the game to younger guys, right? And so I think the best case scenario is going to be guys who come from these, you know, these poor, these poor, very unproductive, unsafe Black areas. The best case scenario is going to be for them to find these messages and then fight and claw their way out of these situations and put themselves into a better environment, and then practice better mate selection and reproduce in a new, cleaner, healthier environment. But this whole idea of saving, because let's be real, when we say the Black community, for the most part, we're talking about the hood, we're talking about the pride, like that's what we're talking about, right? You don't need to save the Black suburbs. Right? And so I think that whole idea in of itself is foolish unless you're going to direct the big, unless you're going to direct your attention to the big things that are keeping things the way that they are, which it seems like most people just aren't. Then the best case scenario is to just escape from the hood. And I think what we're seeing is with these guys, again, save yourself. I think that's the best case scenario, right? Get yourself out of that situation, put yourself in a better environment, learn about what good mate selection means and what it is, and you know, spread your seed in a better environment with healthier people, right? And then it'll grow from there. But I think we got to get out of this mindset of trying to save the hood and all that, because it's not enough people who are willing to who are really willing to confront the issue. Because if we did, things are going to get worse before they get better. I know it's not easy to just say, oh, fuck the welfare state, fuck the food stamp. Like, it's going to get hard. If we really confronted that shit, it's going to get worse before it gets better, period. But unless you're willing to go through that pain, then it's never going to change. So yeah, I think that getting yourself out of these situations is the best case scenario. Whether you're a man or a woman, put yourself in a healthier environment and practice good mate selection, reproduce, and just start from there, you know? So Agadius says, melancholy is still one of my favorites. Was just thinking about it the other day. LOL. Me too. I still listen to it regularly. Rap Shout says, I love that, because when I first made melancholy, bro, and looking back, it's such a dumb song. It's so dumb. I'm not talking about anything. It's so random. It's such a random song, bro. Like, I'm talking about, like, I shouted out Sasha Grey, and I'm pulling up in a car. I ain't have a car back then. Man, and that's a song that I got to do a video for. I got to do a video for it, because I know I'm going to just go dumb. I'm going to just go dumb with that shit. And that, man, that is something about that song though, bro. That song is special. It's that song is like has that same appeal of like Aqua Teen Hunger Force, in that it's just so random and dumb, but it's fun too, man. That song is special to my heart. So Rob Ramsey says, Adult Swim needs to hire you. Now that's a great compliment, because you know Adult Swim always had like those great bump, like, did they call it like bump music or something? The music they would play, but like between showing the different shows and shit like that. So yeah, man, get me on board. I got y'all. Shit, I can make some dope Adult Swim intermission beats. So Haha, what a story mark says on the incels are too logical video. Normies are definitely delusional, and it absolutely works in their favor. It comes down to it being a survival mechanism, because even if you succeed one time out of 500, that one time could result in impregnating a girl and fulfilling your biological desires. So it makes sense for the mind to keep trying in the face of complete failure time and time again. And not being bitter or defeatist about rejection also increases your odds. Yeah, it requires a certain level of delusion. And when I talk about this, like, I'm not trying to talk down on normies or incels. I'm just trying to explain to people that like why incels think the way that they do. Like, it's not like they're not being unreasonable, and that's what I'm trying to get people to understand, right? And that's why I use the example of, like, what was it, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. You would never say you're crazy for thinking Jake Paul couldn't beat prime Mike Tyson, right? Or even going to something that really happened, you know, Mike Tyson versus Buster Douglas. Nobody thought Buster Douglas had a chance. Like, the odds were what was it, 1-31 or 1-50, some crazy shit like that. But Buster Douglas won, right? But no one would have said you were unreasonable for thinking that Mike Tyson was going to run right through him. And so what I'm saying is the power of the mind is so important. Like, and the way you think about things and your belief system, your belief in yourself. And, you know, guys always talk about how confidence is important with dealing with women, how confidence and your attitude is important in attracting women. But then to turn around and criticize incels for how they are, right, when they have literally no ground to stand on as far as developing confidence in regards to women, I think that's absolutely silly. You know, and just like I've said before, you go and ask out a girl, you got a 90% chance to 95% chance of her saying no. Or rather, there's a 90 to 95% chance that she's not attracted to you. A 90% chance that she already has a boyfriend or a husband, and at least a coin flip of a chance that she's toxic or crazy or some shit like that nowadays. And with all this going against you, it's like, you know, how are you supposed to feel good about those odds? That's going to affect your confidence. That's going to affect your mental game. And I think that a lot of guys just kind of undermine or try to discredit why incels don't have confidence in regards to getting women when it's really, you know, it's pretty obvious. Satori Blue says this one is a banger, Chad, on Poppin' Sensu. I forgot about that damn song. That was for the Super Saiyan Kush 2. Man, I was trying to make a song out of any damn Dragon Ball Z reference, bro. I was like, oh, Sensu beans, oh, pop beans, Sensu pop. Okay, I got it. Right, I'm glad somebody appreciated that song though. And Hellbreaker says on the Final Attack song, add it to my workout playlist. To me, that's the highest honor. For someone to put your song in their workout playlist, there is no higher honor. I mean, that to me, that's it right there. That's it. So Fizzy says on the Lonely Drivers Club episode of the Nightwalk vlog, 21 was a neat since I was 17, got my first part-time job a few months ago, then switched to a full-time position, saving up for a car and getting ready to get my learner's permit. We are gonna make it, bros. Haven't we come so far? haven't we come so damn far, man? And yeah, I can't lie, I was a little worried that as I kind of progressed, you know, got my part-time job, got a car and everything, like maybe I would alienate some of my fan base. But it's cool to see that, you know, people are rooting for me as far as, you know, getting my life together, getting my shit together. I'm glad to see that everybody's still riding along with my wave, you know, because I came into this just, man, I'm a full-blown neat, fuck it. Right, and now I got a part-time job, I got a car, you know, but I guess a lot of it just has to do with the fact that through it all, I'm still Chad Marco. I'm still me. Really, not much has changed. You know, it's just that I've hit these little normie milestones. I think the big one is gonna be if I ever get a girlfriend. That's gonna be the one that's really going to, that's really gonna test the loyalty of my fan base. I think. You know, are people really gonna be able to ride with Chad Marco when he getting bitches, or if should I ever get bitches? So Redo says on the Final Attack song, the second verse feels like Chad on Super Saiyan, SSJ. I wish I would have recorded myself recording that, like with my camera, cause I recorded myself recording Space Love, but I ain't put that out. But I've been thinking about just recording some of my recording on camera, some of my recording set. I wish you guys could see, like I was going in. I mean, when I rap like that, I feel like I'm possessed, bro, because right now I'm just kind of chill mode. But when I really like, it's so fun. It's so fun. You guys just don't know. Like when you get to that point where you got a good grasp of like rapping, and not just rapping, but being able to go fast and switch it up and to put that intense energy on top of it. The whole time I was doing it, it was like, cause you know, I got to do like multiple takes. So it's like, I'll power up and just, and then I got to stop, do it again, stop, do it again. And it's like, I swear, like my face changes, like my eyes be wide, like my eyes be about to pop out of my head. I be, it's like I turn into a damn monster, bro. When I be rapping like that, it takes me, it puts me in a whole different headspace, and I love that shit. That shit feel good. United Technates of America says on the Final Attack song, nothing brightens up my day like seeing a new Chad Marco track in my feed. And you know, it's kind of unfortunate because I don't put a lot of songs out like that, but I think part of what's good about it is that it makes the anticipation that much more. It makes it like when I finally put something out, it's that much more impactful. It's like, oh, finally, damn. And because the thing about me, bro, I could put out more songs. But I'm not I think a lot of rappers, they just put out music just to put out music. And I'm just not that type. Like, I really put a lot of care into making my beats and writing the song, and I make adjustments. Like, even with Final Attack, like I had to change the hook around and trying to figure out the ad libs, and had to, man, dude, you would just, the amount of time I spent trying to get the ad libs right. Right? Oh, it's too loud and I gotta cut this one out. I mean, I put a lot of love into this shit, and so I think that, you know, unfortunately I don't put a lot out, but when I do, it always makes a bit of a splash, because you know, like, you know, when I put something out, it's made with care and love, down from the beat all the way to the recording process. I take it 100% seriously. So Satori Blue says on the Final Attack song, Chad, you really improved the complexity of your rhyme schemes. This is amazing. I have a premonition that you're going to get popular soon. Happy for you, bro. Think your cocoon is hatching. And over here in Chad Marco land, we're going to do what it takes to make your premonition come true. But yeah, the improve the complexity of your rhyme schemes. Yeah, I think, now I'm not sure exactly what part you're talking about, but I know like one part that stands out to me is like the other guy was saying, like that second verse. How did it go? When no feeling moody, don't bring that shit to me. I'm cleaning you up, ain't no messing around. Hunt for the booty, they calling me Luffy. I turn up and get it, I'm stretching them out. Right, like right there. So I'm not just rhyming the end, right? I ain't messing around, stretching them out. Like, okay, that's a rhyme, kinda, right? But I'm rhyming within the lines, right? When I'm feeling moody, don't bring that shit to me. I hunt for the booty, they calling me Luffy. So within the line, I'm rhyming, but I'm also rhyming at the end, which is the traditional way to do it. So yeah, like that's, man, but it's just having fun. It's just having fun with the writing process. But it's like an art. It's really like an art. I don't understand these guys who write songs in 15 minutes because to me, when I write songs, it's more akin to like when you would watch a manga artist like drawing like one page, like one page of Berserk. Like that's that's how I make my songs, bro. Like writing and making beats is like drawing to me. It's very slow and meticulous and detailed, but you know, that's how I'm able to do stuff like that. So Matrix Mediator, what was it? Meditator? Shit was downloaded on my phone from like 4 years ago. Had to reset it and lost everything. Glad I was able to find some of your old SoundCloud beats. Still a few I can't find though. Damn. But that's on the Green Herb beat. That's one of my favorite beats right there, dude. I love that beat. That's one of my best ones for sure. But I don't know which ones you can't find because I just go, man, I upload most of them, like 80 to 90%. I got a couple on my hard drive, I ain't uploaded. But I uploaded most of them. So just go through the SSJ Chat Marco Beats playlist. So Susan doesn't understand fair use says sex isn't everything, but nothing will ever replace having a family. That was on the Life as a 28-year-old virgin. And you know, I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think it's pretty obvious that having a family is a very fulfilling thing for a man, you know, to have children that you take care of and you influence and you help them develop, and to have a woman in your life who's by your side, you know, you have constant access to her body for fucking and you know, she has your back, she's raising you. Again, I get it, I get the whole family thing, I get the appeal of that, but I think just I believe that in our society, it's just it's too hard and too risky to make that work. You know, I would never try to undermine the value of that and how fulfilling that would be for a man when it works. But I think the issue is that it's hard to make that work in our society now, because I don't want to, again, I'm not going to blame everything on the state of modern women because it's the state of men as well. I think we've all been affected by these various agendas or neglect by our parents, abuse, all kind of things. Like we're all kind of traumatized in one way or another. And I think the unfortunate side effect is that it's created this situation where we're kind of better off alone, right? And you know, just to jump up and say, well, I'm gonna have a family, it's not some easy thing anymore. It's not something you can just jump up and do and everything's gonna work out, because it's one of those things where when it works, it's a beautiful thing. When it doesn't, it's life ruining. It destroys you. I mean, look at what Kanye West is going through right now with his divorce from Kim Kardashian. Now I know that's like a celebrity example, but I think that like what you see there, I think is a good example of the problem with relationships in our society now, where it's like you get together, it's all fun and cool in the beginning. Oh, she got a big booty and I'm called Mr. Cool Guy. You start having kids and then, you know, you're still changing as people. She's changing, you're changing, and you're not on the same page anymore, right? As far as like how you want to raise your kid, right? Because the whole issue right now with Kim and Kanye is like he doesn't want the daughter on TikTok and Kim does, and it's shit like that, bruh. Like right there, bro. And that's part of the problem. It's like, it's so many. And in fact, you know, I'm going to do a video on this, but you know, it's just a whole power struggle within relationships. And that's just one thing, bro. But again, I think that, you know, having a family would be a wonderful thing, but I don't think that I don't think we live I don't think we live in an environment that's really in line with that goal. We don't have a mindset for that. The environment isn't for that. I just feel like there's so many forces that are just working against having that work, right? Like the moment that we made divorce trivial and normalized, marriage has been a joke ever since. Like shit, like just period, right? When people are at the point where it's like, well, I don't like you anymore, so we got to split this. Like it's fuck no. And for me personally, the fact is that I'm not trying to replace having a like I'm not trying to like I just am happy. I just am good. Right? And that's enough for me. Would I be happier, more fulfilled if I had a working, thriving, healthy family unit? Maybe. But the fact is, even without that, I'm very much happy. I'm very much appreciative of my life. I have nothing to complain about. And for me, that's enough. But for a lot of guys, it's not. So Eric Williams says on the Night Drive live stream, cruise and listen to, I'm tripping. Eric Williams says Night Drive live stream, cruise and listen to music. But the problem there is that I got an old stereo. It's an old like 2006 Suburban truck. And I might put a picture up eventually so I can show off. It's got an old broken CD player. So I gotta get the stereo replaced. I gotta get that shit replaced. My mom had one laying around, so she like, you halfway there. I got one right here, but I gotta pay someone to basically replace the old broken CD player with a new one. So I can't even listen to I cannot wait though. I can't wait till I get that shit right, because we already got one on the side. I just got to find somebody to install it, but that's going to cost like a few $100s easy. So it might be a while before I do that. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the day where I can, I can play my music in the car and, oh God damn. Play my anime music, Bone Thugs. I can't wait. So Eric Williams again says on the Won't Go Out Today video, been waiting on the live vids for so long. They tell so much of the story in a way that words can't express. You should do a vid of that couldn't say hello and hire a model. That night walk would be dope too. Just take a drive out to the middle of nowhere or some shit. Both very good ideas. I don't want to divulge too much, but just know that I'm processing all of this. I got a lot of ideas. I'm making investments. I'm making shit happen. So John Doe says on the Chad Marco Snow Day stream, I have schizophrenia and am disabled and I'm ugly. How can I get in contact with you? Do you have Discord? I've been listening to your music for years. I do have Discord, but I haven't been up there a lot lately. I'm trying to get up there a lot more. But another thing that I'm doing, I'm going to start doing more like live streams, not just the video game streams, but I'm thinking like twice a month, I might do like a live stream just like that. And I'm going to make sure that I get everybody in the know to be prepared for when I'm going on. But that's another thing that I'm going to start doing more regularly, like the actual live streams where I'm on camera talking to people and not just playing video games. Because, when I do the video game streams, I'm trying to do both, but I'm more focused on the game because I'm chilling playing the game, kind of hanging out with you guys. But with that, when I'm just on camera, then I can focus completely on you guys and, we can kind of really chop it up for real. So Susan Doesn't Understand Fair Use says on the Lonely Drivers Club episode of the Nightwalk vlog, I learned to drive when I was 18. Too bad I have nowhere to go and most people around here drive like assholes. So you risk your life every time you get on the road. Yeah, dude. And my goal is to be a safe driver. Like that's my mentality is safe driver, obey the law, obey the, like I'm going to be a complete square. No speeding, none seatbelt on, turning signal. Like that's my mindset when I'm driving. Like when I drive, I'm thinking like I'm a damn taxi driver with 4 babies in the back, right? Oh man, but I'm already noticing like people doing crazy shit around me though. Like I'll be right on the speed limit, right? Like if the speed limit is 35, I'm hovering from like 32 to like 36, right? I'm right there on the speed limit. People still want to pass and get in front of me. It's crazy. And man, I'm trying to think like some weird shit happened. Some weird shit happened where like a guy did like this crazy maneuver where like he just slid right around me to get in front of me, and it was very weird. Like it did not look, I'm gonna just say it did not look safe. Even though he looked like an expert driver, it looked like he was doing some risky shit at my expense. So yeah, man, no matter how safe you drive as a driver, you always gotta worry about the people around you. And just something funny real quick. You know how when you're driving and you're passing intersections, right? But you can just go straight through because there's not a stop sign, there's not a stoplight, nothing like that. When I'm driving past those intersections at like 35, 40, 45, I can't help but be like, I'm always thinking like somebody's just gonna just run that stop sign and run right into my car. Like it's crazy though, because driving is such a vulnerable position to be in, because even though I know what I'm thinking is unlikely, like shit like that has happened. Somebody could just run a stop sign and smash right into my car, right? And I'm having to get used to that feeling of vulnerability that, you know, I'm hoping that everybody is obeying the law and has concern for the safety of not only themselves, but the people around them. But man, it's that's not always the case. Oh shit, that's it. So that's all the comments for today. I hope you guys enjoyed that long ass episode. And like I said, the next episode, we are going to jump into the world of cryptocurrency. And so we got to figure this whole crypto thing out, because we want to get on board now that the prices have dropped down a bit, and you know, we might be able to get some of those cheap, coins for ourselves to invest in. So yeah, the next episode is going to be all about cryptocurrency. And so yeah, I'll see you guys later on the next episode. Johnny.